Good morning. Down, 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 down.
Oh, I lost it, so it is what it is now.
Zach, speak again.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Oh, yes. Well, how are we doing?
Living the dream, yeah.
Whose dream are you living?
We're waiting for session to be over, yes, to see how much, how bad the damage was, yeah.
Well, good news on that. The speaker is sticking to her guns here and saying she wants to be done on time. So if that is indeed the fact, we are past halfway. So that's definitely a good deal. So I do have quite a bit to share, not a whole lot necessarily on specific bills today, but definitely a lot on the happenings and everything that's kind of gone on here over the last week. I'll start with probably the most glaring thing that's really happened, and that's the Supreme Court ruling specifically on possession being unconstitutional, or incarceration based on possession being unconstitutional. That has a lot of impacts, you know, as you look through the court systems. Obviously, I mean, the first questions are, okay, when do we have to let people out? How soon do we have to do that? What happens if, the second question is, what happens if somebody's been in jail, say for 2 years on possession, and then now we have to let them out? Can they come back and sue us because we wrongfully imprisoned them? And then the next question that's a little bit more complicated, since the courts are already backed up, maybe their possession charge was just an extenuating circumstance and played into their sentencing, you know, for other infractions. And maybe that individual, when you remove that kind of circumstance there of the possession, they should have been out of jail already. Well, that's got to go through the court system that's already backed up. And long story short, who pays the costs on this stuff? Where does the legal liability sit? And how do we even have time to figure this out? And so none of those questions have been answered. Everybody's having those conversations and trying to figure it out. But the good part about this, and what this is brought about here, is that a lot of the other bills, and I did include a lot of these bills, the 1169, 1413, 5120, 5164 in the report this week. A lot of them have kind of been put on the back burner because with the Supreme Court decision, the legislature has got a really good dose of reality here. When you pass a big change like this, it actually has kind of systematic ramifications and things that you couldn't even really foresee. And that's where a lot of the conversation is kind of like, you know, you see the duck on the nice glassy pond, little feet down below them are just pedaling like crazy. That's our legislators right now, because they were, you know, a lot of these bills were kind of their pet projects. And now they're looking at them going, holy crap, we've got to deal with this other, not a bill, but this other ruling that really upended things. So in a lot of respects, that's been good for the legislative process here for us in being able to pull that into something that, you know, a little bit more real world conversation. The other side of this that I kind of touched on is the fiscal impact of a lot of these things. And this is where we end up, as we've talked about it before, when OFN came and talked to the steering committee, you know, their conversation was, well, you know, realistically, we really just kind of guess on what we're doing for these fiscal notes. And when it comes down to something that changes everything throughout the system, which is a lot of these sweeping changes they're looking at in the system as we're talking about with whatever bills it might be. A great example right now, I'll talk about it in a minute, is the 1202, and that's the civil liability for police officers. But there's a lot more implications in these things. So it's not a bad idea here moving forward this year, especially since we're in the first part of the biennium. These bills will be coming back next year if they don't pass. It's not a bad idea to start, you know, maybe put together a local fiscal impact statement. Maybe not a full-on fiscal note, but just something kind of outlining how you think some of these bills would impact you guys on a local level, whether it's criminal justice, whether it's the healthcare stuff, judicial reform, whatever that is. And that's not going to be in vain, because any of these bills, if they don't pass this year, they're coming back at the beginning of next session. And we are hoping that we'll be in person next year, where we can sit down with the legislators and actually share these brief, just, like, okay, well, here's what OFM says, here's what it's actually going to cost us. Give them some real world numbers. So they can actually take that into consideration, because so far what we're seeing is there's an interesting attitude in the legislature right now. And it's been because they're treating the whole, because of the panic, they're treating everything kind of like it's one big system. And it kind of is, but it's because both houses are controlled by the same party with a pretty good majority. They said, oh, well, we didn't get this completely worked out in the policy committee. We'll fix it in fiscal committees. Okay, well, we didn't get it completely worked out in fiscal committees. We'll fix it on the floor. Okay, we didn't have time to completely do it on the floor, but it's okay. So if you have a problem with it or want to see changes, we'll address that in policy committee in the opposite house. And so it's really looking like it's all one big kind of smooth straight through, which it's not supposed to be. Well, they're also taking on the fiscal notes and the fiscal consideration to these bills in exactly the same way. They're saying, oh, well, there's no funding for any of these, but don't worry. The state is, and quoting, rolling in dough this year. So we'll be able to figure it out here as we come towards the budget discussions towards the end of session. Well, that's kind of an interesting statement. Yes, the state has a lot of surplus money, and a lot. I mean, it's more than what they thought they would. But if we see the fiscal stimulus dollars come down here to the tune of around $2 billion, I mean, it's good for the state in the short term, but our legislature has had a history of putting out legislation, especially things that have a fiscal impact, and funding them for a certain amount of time, a finite amount of time, but the policy is enduring. And so then when that initial funding from the legislature runs out, we're left at the county level to go back, ask for more money, so we're always that guy with our hand out. And that's what we're really at the risk of here. And we've got a lot of new legislators that really haven't had a lot of face time with the lobbyists, the constituents, the commissioners like yourselves, to really get a good grasp on what these things impact in the real world. I mean, obviously, as you sit behind the desk, or, you're in a policy kind of position, it's easy to think that something is going to work out really well until you talk to the people who actually have to implement your changes. And that's what we're lacking this year. And so what we're really hoping for, is on a lot of these bills that are not really friendly, that we don't really care for, we're hoping that we can get them changed enough that either A, they don't hurt us, or they're at least much, much, much less onerous for us, or B, that we can get them changed enough that we can kill them in concurrence and then, come back next year. And that's a great argument for us to make, say, look, this is a really big sweeping change. There's a lot of unknown fiscal notes, and OFM is putting unknown on a lot of fiscal notes. So that's in our favor. We can say, look, let's look at it over the interim, and we'll come back. The bill isn't going to go away. We'll readdress it here at the, in the second half of the biennium. That is indeed the budget cycle that we're supposed to come back and do. So what I'm going to recommend here, and there's a couple of bills that I want to talk about, and I will follow up this afternoon with another email for you guys. We need to, I think, and I've heard from a lot of legislators, start registering our opinions, especially in opposition to bills. If we have something that you don't like, and if it's, WASAC is testifying concerns because they have to stay at the table. If there's something you really don't like, we need to actually get that opposing opinion registered in committee. And there's a couple of bills here coming up this week. One specifically that you're going to want, one that pretty much everybody is opposing. And it's a greenhouse gas emissions carbon bill here tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. That's 1091. A whole slew of letters before it. It's been amended a bunch of times, but pretty much everybody's opposed to that one. All of our counties are. The other side is the fiscal flexibility bill at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow in local government. That's definitely a good bill. It gives us a little bit of wiggle room if you so choose to utilize it. The big thing that I'm going to do here this afternoon is I'm going to list basically the same bills for you guys. And then what I'm going to do is ask for some direction. Because I think what's going to be important is for me, number one, to be able to list specific counties and say all of these counties are opposed or in support of this bill, so that our legislators have, they know who to call and they have some support either to get the bill out of rules or keep it in rules or add amendments or keep amendments off in whatever stage it might be in. And number two, just to make sure that the opinion is registered. And so I'm going to be looking for some more guidance from you guys here. And this is going to be important as we come through the next probably 2-3 weeks and we start getting back into policy committee time, because a lot of these bills that have come off the floor literally look nothing like the bills that came out of policy committee. 1332, for example, that's the regional health districts one. We're looking at trying to figure out, what is that doing to us right now? So we have a lot that we need to address. There's been a lot of talk around 1202. And as we come into that, that's specifically talking about civil liabilities for law enforcement professionals. And basically that one, it's still sitting in rules right now, but that one would literally take your officers, and if they had an issue, say with a citizen, and they could be completely within their rights, completely within the law, within department policy, they would still be civilly liable if someone they were interacting with had an issue with them. So that one's kind of scary. And I do apologize. 1332 is the property tax deferral, not the other. And that one did come off in a different form with amendments. So we do have to look at that as well. But anyways, we are looking at a lot of these bills, and I will be looking to you guys for direction in what you would like to do. And if you don't want to take any action, that's just fine. But I'm definitely going to recommend, if you want me to sign in, I'm going to recommend you guys do the same. There is no reason that we can't have 4 people or 5 or 20 registering the same opinion. So with that, are there anything that you guys have specific questions about? Anything you'd like to look at a little more closely? Anything like that?
Signing in opposed, is it actually having any value and is it getting anywhere, or is it just a bump along the road?
So yes, it actually does do a lot of good. And really what it does is it gives our Republican friends over in the legislature something to point to and say, look, somebody's opposed to this bill. Because if we just sign in concerns, it's not an opposing position. It's like, well, we'd be okay with it, I guess, but we're concerned about it. And so what we're doing is every time, if there's a bill that we don't like, every time you sign in opposed, you're basically giving a little bit of political capital to the legislators that might be able to bring up an amendment, might be able to hold it in rules, might be able to somehow get out in front of it. And I'll tell you a direct quote from, or a close quote from several legislators. This hasn't just been one. I've been told numerous times, we don't have much capital right now to get out in front of something. And if your counties aren't going to testify opposed to a bill they don't like, I'm not going to put my neck on the line for you guys. I've flat out been told by numerous legislators they will not step out in front of something and just get slaughtered for us if we're not going to testify opposed or sign in opposed at least. They need that. They've asked for that directly. They really need that opposing position registered. Otherwise, it is a moot point.
Anything else before? I did have a comment, I guess, as much as anything.
Sure.
I have concerns about, you raised the issue as far as the state rolling in dough and how it is now with almost assured federal dollars that are going to roll down to the state and to the counties. We're all going to be in the same place where that's really going to blunt some of the concerns that, because we, when we look through all of these, especially this year, there are fiscal impacts that are going to go off way into the future. And you're absolutely correct. The state's really good about, oh yeah, we know there's an impact. We're gonna take care of you, and they take care of us for a little time until the next biennium or a couple bienniums, and then the money goes away. Well, the same thing's going to happen with the stimulus dollar. This money's going to pour into counties, and counties are not, they're going to be really concerned about the fiscal impact of all this stuff, but it's all going to get kind of covered up under the sea of cash until next year or the year after, and then the chickens are going to come home to roost. And I don't know, other than I'm just saying this that we have to make sure that our own members understand that, as far as do not be complacent, because we're not actually looking at reality of what the impacts of this are going to be, a couple of years from now when the party's over. And the hangover comes, and then I'm not even talking about when it's time to start actually we basically have this credit card right now that they're just charging, and eventually, we're gonna have to start making payments on that and what that looks like. But I'm just registering, it's just, I guess I'm just my concern. And
yeah, and that's partly why we're really hoping we can push a lot of these, more encompassing discussions or encompassing bills off to next year.
Right.
Give us time to really dig into what the impacts of these things are going to be. Heck, here's a great example: fish barrier removal. How much of a pain in the butt has that been? And they thought it was just going to be something super. I'll just put in a couple culverts. Well, it's not just a couple culverts, it really, that's a great example of something that costs millions and millions and millions of dollars that they thought would be easy.
Right.
So, we're going to see a lot of that. So that's the kind of opinions that we absolutely have to register.
Zach, can you talk a little bit about Senate Bill 5141, the environmental justice bill that passed the Senate and it's in the House? Is there any way of slowing that thing down?
That is going to be that's going to be tough. There's a lot of sponsors and co-sponsors on the bill. Saldana is really pushing it. They've got an engrossed second substitute bill, which means they've really dug into it. A lot of the stuff that they're looking at on that one, where it's going to impact you guys, is going to be, with the Indian tribes and things like that. It's really targeted at Puget Sound. So we're going to have to kind of see with the new substitute what that really does in terms of the impact out in the rural areas. But this is one that we're going to have to kind of carve up because it does so much. So in terms of getting in front of it, this is a great example of right now where they change things to a point where everybody's kind of scrambling to figure out what parts of the bill we need to identify and pick at to see what we can change.
So that was no.
Yeah.
So that's a no. That's a no right now. Yeah, sorry. That was a really fancy way to tell you no.
I like going,
Yeah.
just sit down.
No.
Yeah, that's just a real fancy way to tell you no. Sorry. And we are working on it. So there will be some policy statements coming out, once we get a little to it. But long story short, this is one of those bills that it's looking like they're going to push through no matter what.
Yay.
Yeah. So the environmental justice stuff is definitely a big deal right now. So kind of hits all of the keywords and all the catchphrases that they're looking for at the moment, and talking points and all that. So, you know, and they talk about health disparities and all kinds of stuff. So, I mean, it's a pretty big bill. And that's why we got to really dig back into it and see how we can fight it now.
Okay, any other questions,
Anything
comments?
good to say?
Yeah, fall back on, if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all.
No, I came prepared for a beat down, but I didn't expect as big a beat down.
Yeah,
but,
no. Well, I just think we really need to be focused on, you know, our message is these big, huge, sweeping things. Please just don't do them this year, because there isn't, you know, you cannot in any credible way say that they're getting the kind of input, you know, interaction with local government, with citizens, with anybody. And that really you're going to do these huge things in this bubble that you're living in. It's like, just wait until next year where we can be in person. Again, they're dropped, they're there, they'll come back in this, you know, next year, and let's wait for this big stuff until then. But I guess if you're in the majority and you want to push things through, now's the perfect time to do it.
time, yeah.
But
It's always difficult to undo. That's
Yeah.
for sure.
yeah, so. All right, I see we have a few county staff folks on the Zoom call. Any
Right.
questions or comments? Questions, not necessarily comments. I'm not seeing anybody unmute. So I guess we're good, Zach.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And I'll get another email out to you guys looking for a little bit of direction here this afternoon.
Okay.
And as always, call or email anytime if you need anything, have any questions, comments, whatever it might be.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Skamania sent that letter
Yes.
over they want us to sign off on. I'm pretty sure Greg already told us he didn't like that bill either, but I wanted a confirmation from him before we signed off on it.
Did we send can we forward that up to the treasurer?
I did.
Oh, you did, okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought you did, but I hadn't heard anything or saw a rebuttal. I just want to make sure he's good with us signing it the way it is.
Right. And I don't know as far as if we want to wordsmith a little bit, or is that going to be their letter and they're going to put it on joint letterhead, or?
I can send an email off to Commissioner Hamlin and ask.
Right.
Because that was my question too. Is it supposed to be a joint letter? Because I didn't do anything other than put it on our letter.
Right.
Yeah, I'm fine with, I mean, it's really came from an earlier conversation that Bob and I were on the same meeting and we were commiserating and where we were trying to whip our folks around the state into, you know, get a hold of your junior taxing districts, get them to, and I think we have seen some movement on that. There has been some changes to that are, I think, better. It's still terrible,
Right.
but it's
The better terrible.
it's a better terrible.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that our treasurer still had the same opinion of it. Because I haven't heard from him on it in 2 weeks, so.
Okay. Well, we will circle back with him. I see he's on the call, but. Okay.
We'll go get some more water if we have.
Yeah, we got a couple of minutes.
Do you want to press the stop record while we wait for Gordy to show up, just so you don't have to worry about 6 minutes?
I can't, I don't know how early, how early they open. The 8 o'clock one I can, the one that's at 10:30 I can't, unless I can do it like an hour before, which I think they open an hour before.
It has to be an hour at least.
At least, actually, I think they close,
Close.
maybe you have to do it before, like if you want to testify. I think they actually close testimony, like you can't sign in. I think
you could register your
opinion,
opinion whether in favor or opposed days beforehand.
right?
I think
it's
it's cut off.
I think there's a cutoff though. I think it's before, as far as if you're gonna try to, if you
Right.
wanted to actually testify, so that they know who
Well,
the,
what do you get, 2 minutes?
I've never gotten anything. Cause I'm not even sure how they,
I don't think they're doing any of that right now in this. I think you just get a check box.
you know,
Send it to
yay,
your-
nay,
yeah, send it
or,
to your person and then you'll get a letter back from your rep saying, hey, thank you for registering your thoughts.
your thoughts, yeah. It's not much.
That's what I've gotten in return this year anyway. Out there for some. Talking to somebody.
Marty?
Can't tell if he's talking to somebody, if he's waiting for somebody to let him in the building.
He must be, might be waiting for somebody to let him in the door.
Did he turn that direction?
Oh, he was just hoping to, well, just hang out, somebody will let me in eventually.
Just hang out. Okay. Was he
You're
waiting?
coming.
Was he waiting? Oh, okay. Oh, that makes sense.
Good morning.
Howdy. We're sitting here going, is he waiting for somebody to let him in the building?
He
or-
was.
Already in jail. Like, I probably locked him out. Well, I guess they're making it. They would have been out spraying otherwise.
Thanks, Marty.
Good morning. You want to restart your?
Thanks for the reminder, though.
Yeah, because I forgot it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
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 Well, pretty soon it's only gonna be one flight.
Downhill.
Down the pole.
One more.
Oh, yeah, I got one more.
Appreciate it.
Marty got two. Maybe not.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Gordy.
All right, I'm gonna flip to the back page. Almost second to the last page. That's Marty's here.
He's changing it up on us.
I am.
Keeping us on our toes. All right.
All right, so we have an opportunity to look at things a little differently with how we pay for both weed control for the road system and the snowplow operator in the winter that we are always challenged to find in this area for temporary. So I think this year we had one person that finally we liked and they wanted to come to work and they ended up finding another job. So that was full-time, which is really, I understand that. So we struggle every year in this area to find somebody to work temporarily. I think on the west side, we don't have as much of a problem because there's more people involved in heavy construction and other things in the activities in the woods that just get shut down during that time. So there are people available. But in this area, it's more challenging. And then we actually road pays Marty and a person to actually spray for us and do vegetation management alongside the road for about 8 months out of the year. And he takes care of that for a road. And so we talked, and maybe it makes sense to combine both of those functions and actually hire a full-time person that meets both of those needs. So they'd have to come with the CDL, and then they'd have to either have it, which is unlikely, or they'd have to get trained and get certified to spray and handle the chemicals that Marty uses to take care of the noxious weeds that we have. Which is possible. I mean, lots of counties do that every year.
Right, yeah, it's a Department of Agriculture license for a right-of-way operator. And so that would be the requirement for that part of it, to do like we put down residual along all the paved roads, not all of them, but most all of them, except for where the organic farming areas. And then we treat the noxious weeds and the brush and the other stuff as needed around the county, which is a pretty large area, all right. And that one person is, well, since I've been here, weed control departments have a person hired for the 8-month position each year. The one guy retired back, 2006, I think it was, and then we hired another person. Was Tom Snell. He was working there until this last year he retired. So we're faced with, well, currently I'm doing the roadside residual program until such time as we can get somebody to fill that position, which takes me away from the rest of my duties that I normally do, which is a full-time job in itself. So that would be.
What's the pay separation right now between the snowplow operator and the weed control person? I see $8,000 but what is the current wage difference?
All I have is a weighted rate if I actually brought it. So the weed person, I don't have an hourly rate. Yeah, I do. No, I don't. I have the annual cost for both. I didn't bring it's 42,000, and that's weighted with benefits. And then the snowplow operator for the 4 months that we use them is 37,000. So the total cost difference, if they were, because they'd have to be a union employee to work with the equipment that we have, is about $8,872. That's the annual cost increase to combine Marty's 8 months, our 4 months, which is about $79,000, $79,500, and then to increase it and that make the whole year as a higher, it'd be a higher rate.
At that wage.
Yeah.
The CDL wage. So
Yes.
pretty much you're getting the applicator at the CDL wage.
Yes. Yeah, that's the increase. And we actually use the heaviest weighted. So if they were an employee that had a family that they got medical for,
Yeah.
so that's what we use to get that $8,800.
So that's the maximum.
That's the maximum, yeah. So, but we just, like I said, we're really challenged to even find anybody anymore. Used to be we could find somebody, but not anymore.
I was gonna ask, did this position get filled this winter?
No.
No.
We had somebody that said yes, and then they got a full-time job. So,
I think it's a good idea.
I think it's a good idea.
okay, all right. So our next steps, we have to change the org chart to add the position, remove the snowplow operator. And I don't know if it's probably on your org chart that you have them for 8 months.
Yeah, we usually do things.
And then we'd have to create a position because we don't currently have one that's that kind of position. And then we'd have to work with the union to actually negotiate that. And Rob and his staff would do that. So, and then actually advertise and fill it. So.
Good luck.
Well, I would imagine you would get a lot more feedback for full-time than
Yeah.
part-time,
Oh, yeah.
so
Yeah,
hopefully it helps you both out.
that's what we
Two
thought.
part-times.
So,
Okay.
But it's definitely a contrast of job description. So
Yeah.
that could be interesting. I mean,
Yeah.
what? plow snow and spray weeds?
Well,
Okay.
either way,
Not at the
it's
same
better
time.
than on the road.
Yeah, it's a year-round paycheck, so
Yeah.
yeah, they're gonna be all right with that.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Thanks, Marty.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Marty will supervise them still for the 8 months, or
Whose idea was this, by the way, between you guys?
I think it came from our Marty and the maintenance supervisor.
Maintenance guys there.
Yeah.
I like it.
So hopefully,
Thinking outside the box, that's a good thing.
we've been fortunate for the years that we've been able to do what we have done, but I think it's a good move. So,
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Yeah,
All right,
We'll get
thank
back
you.
to spraying.
Yeah.
Are you going to leave that temporary snowplow operator on the org chart in case whatever needs to be pulled, or you're gonna have plenty this way?
Yeah, right now we just pull it. I think that'll, if we are able to get somebody, that'll fulfill that need for now.
Okay.
We'll keep it on the west side though. Yeah, and those seem to still work that way pretty good.
Yeah, it's like a different group of folk, like you can seem to get people that just want to do the
Winter,
winter,
Yeah.
just a part-time,
yeah.
semi-retired.
I was gonna say, are most of those guys retired that are?
A lot of them are
Yeah.
retired from us.
Retired.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah, I think
Yes, they
I think
do.
the last one actually retired now.
I
Yes.
thought about the temporary one out here being a seasonal fishing guide. in the
Yeah.
past, but, you know, I just get bored. It's not like they need money, but I get bored in the winter, but then I'm like, I don't really want to work your snowplow hours, so I never did it.
Yeah, it's, I think the last, not this year, but the last previous years, I think people just, we can't do it anymore. We're done.
Yeah.
You know, because sometimes it's pretty brutal.
Mhm.
Okay,
All
back to
right.
page 1.
Back to page 1, yep. Okay, we have 2 bid openings. One is for our liquid asphalt products for chip sealing this summer. And then we also have one to open bids on Old Mountain Road.
How many have we received so far?
None on Old Mountain, but that's typical.
Yeah,
It's always
it's always better if you
right
don't
at
get
the last.
Yeah, we're always waiting in the car to see who's coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the eraser and the pencil.
Yep.
So that's good. That'll be at 1:30. A couple items on the consent agenda. And this, we talked about last week, adding that middle piece on Courtney Road to kind of fill in the gap that was missing in the middle. This also changes our drop dead date for funding to next year, which is always helpful. And then we have our settlement agreement for Courtney Road with the Krebs Ranch.
Was that the last one we were waiting on?
No.
No,
Okay.
We still have one.
we actually, yeah, we
There's
have.
still one more.
Yeah.
No, we would have.
I was gonna say. right?
No, they're,
Come on now.
they're fine.
No.
No.
No, yeah, so the one last one that we were waiting for was supposed to sign this weekend. And now they're rethinking it or want to be sure. And so I think we're gonna probably set up an appointment with David to talk to him because we just need to
We need to go.
move forward.
We need to go
Yeah,
forward.
we're to that point. When they say we're fine with everything, drop the paperwork, and then they don't follow through, that's not a great sign. So we'll keep working that issue. We have a couple of payment approvals for progress payments on our projects, and both of them are final. These are for HVAC systems, one for Juniper Point, the HVAC replacement up there at the radio site, and then the other one is for the jail air handler. Nothing really new on the construction side. Road design, we talked about Courtney Road, really not much else other than that final piece of right of way and the agreement with the Crab Board to add that other center piece. Paving projects, we send our plans to WashDOT this week, and then we wait for final approval for construction funding, and those projects will get advertised once we receive that. The safety projects, we are waiting, the end of their 6 weeks review is this week. Whether it's still 6 weeks or not, we'll find out, but we haven't heard anything yet. And that's once we get construction and funding approval, then we can actually advertise. And we're ready. Let's see, Bickleton Cruise. They're continuing to work on reclamation, some fencing up at the Rattlesnake Quarry in this area, and then grading and removing roadside brush. So the graders are out, and vegetation removal is getting to it a little early this year. West End, several of the crew members are down at the Klickitat fire station working on the site work improvements, fencing, concrete, and other items. And for the radio upgrade project there. They're also sweeping winter sanding material. Yes.
Brush removal, when during the year do you actually do brush removal on the side of the roads? Is it just seasonal at certain times of year? You do it all year round? How often does that happen?
Late fall, spring, and then if the winter's kind of like it was this year, we were doing it in the winter when we're not doing.
So mainly when you're not doing road projects, it's kind of busy work for that off time.
And it's got to be wet enough.
Yeah, I can't do it during fire.
Yeah.
Right, fire season.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. You're welcome.
The sweeping winter sanding material from the paved roads, what have we done in the past? Because I know we've done it before, but I'm thinking on the sidewalks where we get, because we have in Lyle, where we had the complaint I think it was last year or 2 years ago. And I had noticed when I drove by today that, you know, when we've sanded and then we plowed,
Right,
so we have all this gravel on the sidewalk going up the hill, our beautiful new sidewalk. And I don't know how, I think we had to have somebody go sweep it.
I think we did. I think that's
Same
what
with
we did.
you know, where we had to cut, the grass was all hung over on the sidewalk. That's one of those considerations when we do those, that those are long-term maintenance burdens.
Yes, they
that
are.
falls on us. So,
And our brooms they cast the rock, so it goes from the rock or the road
Onto the
onto
sidewalk.
and off
Yes.
the sidewalk. Yeah, so it doesn't help us.
we don't have a little broom that we could just run up the sidewalk that just keeps moving it.
We actually sometimes rent a back broom.
Oh,
And we're looking at that we do in the urban areas,
Yeah.
like the town of Klickitat.
Right.
You know,
So we don't have such a problem. with
yes,
that.
if we don't
Yeah.
shove it in.
because I assume we've had that issue before too on the loop trail and White Salmon too, on some of it's a lot of that, there's enough separation. It probably
Yeah.
doesn't get out that far, but I know some of it, they're
Right
right
there.
there.
Yes.
Okay,
And in Lyle, the bank pretty much is at the back of sidewalk, so there's nowhere for the rock to get cast other than the sidewalk, pretty much. Yeah, it's tough.
Okay.
Yeah, all those features add long-term costs when we do them. They're nice improvements.
but there is, right, it is a long term.
There's a cost.
There's a community council meeting tonight, so I was just kidding.
Yes.
But I've been invited to observe, and I'm sure there will be a question, so.
So I don't know, Oren has asked for,
I just talked to Warren today.
okay, but Dave might not know.
Warren asked for the grant that we did in 2012.
Oh, yeah, I actually talked to him
Yes.
last week, yeah.
And I'm gonna go down and meet with Warren probably Thursday.
Okay.
He has some, and we talked this morning, he has some concerns with some of the roads and some of the development standards and that kind of thing. And I think he's gonna be looking to ask us to post some of the streets, no parking. I don't know that for sure, but he said, yeah, you're making them build 20-foot roads, but they park on both sides and now there's no place to get through. So.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Yep. Okay. Facilities. All right, so most of the frames for the windows have been delivered and they're being installed. The guys bricking,
Yeah, see, they got the bricks laid out there, get ready
Yeah.
to start.
that's this week.
Wow.
And it'll take about 3 weeks. They said 3 weeks.
Really?
I think the foreman said 4, but we'll see what they actually end up with. but that should go quick. They also have the metal for the back of the building, so it'll start to look more like but it's gonna look finished before too long. The roofing should be complete this week if weather stays similar to what it is. They got a good start last week, and they have a lot of guys up there working, so they should be able to wrap it up before long. There's just a lot of penetrations that take longer. So we have the solar panel supports for the racking system for that. Each one of those is a protrusion of a hole in the roof that they have to seal. And then there's a partition wall up there to screen some of the equipment. Those are all, more holes in the roof basically. So it just takes longer for this roof than like the courthouse roof. We had a lot less things to deal with when they roofed that. And that did take a while. Let's see, electrical, they're still moving up. Second floor pretty much is where they're hitting it hard. Mechanical systems are going in on the second and third floor, as well as the plumbing and the fire suppression system and all of those things. So before long, they're going to be insulating on the first floor and then sheetrocking right behind that. So that'll happen in the next couple of weeks. They got the gas hooked up to the building, and I don't know if you saw, there were like 4 or 5 yellow, almost look like missiles sitting out front. Those are the heaters. They're like jet engines basically that'll pump hot air into the first floor and start drying things out. So they're working toward finishing up on the inside now, which is a good thing. Still on schedule, budget still within what we anticipated, nothing big on the horizon, just small details to work out and work through. Annex 5 relocation, we've negotiated with the property owner. They have asked that we set corners, which is probably a good thing since we've encroached before, and but they're okay with our offer, and so we'll be moving forward with that, and you'll see that before too long. And then we'll have a spot set up for the building to move to once we get to that point where we move everybody out of it in November.
Can we move the building with the files in it?
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Probably too heavy.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
I think Rebecca took an inventory and she said that they have as many files as we do. And I don't know where they're putting them all. So they're stashed here and there, I guess. Courthouse entry. So we'll move to award the bid next Tuesday. So you'll see that on your agenda. We can move
Okay, you've
forward.
gotten through where you
Yeah.
feel comfortable with awarding.
Comfortable as we're gonna get.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just have to pay close attention. The jail control board, we actually migrated the jail staff back to their control room. And so all the main functions are working. We still have, there are a lot of new features with door position indicators that we never had before. And so that'll be the troubleshooting, getting those all to work properly, and then the punch list items for the next probably 3 weeks is my guess. So they're back in the control room, and most all of the functions are back up and working. And we'll continue to work through with the contractor and our staff as well to make everything work like it's supposed to. So we're closer. I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
No, I think that about covers it. Everything works. I mean, all to say the doors open and close. And so what it is, the main thing is if you look at the display, they'll be green or red for where all the doors are. And they have a camera also at the door so they can visually see the door.
You're explaining it to me, I've already seen it.
Okay, well, then you know already. Good deal.
No, I know the whole thing, if you want to explain it to them, that's fine, but.
Okay,
No, it's got the thumbs up.
good.
They're happy.
Yeah, it's a big improvement.
Yeah,
You know, between that and the camera system that we did, it's,
So yeah, I've heard comments on that too, so they're happy.
yeah, that's good. That's good. Do you have anything to update on the radio?
no, I think that we're still at the same place, just tying up things.
Okay. Okay, had a short meeting with the community council in Trout Lake last week. And they wanted to talk about the park and wanted to know what we were up to, any improvements out there. And I, you know, kind of asked if they had any concerns. And so we talked. We had, the good news is we had our camp host this past year was our first year to do that. And we're moving forward. The people want to come back, which is great. And so that helps have that presence there and somebody to take care of things, you know, throughout the day and the week. And they were really supportive and happy that we had done that. We talked about opportunities to make improvements. We don't have a lot of improvements out there. One of the things, there are actually two things that are kind of their main things that they like to see changed. And when they put the water system in, the underground system, it's pretty rocky out there. So when the rock came up, instead of hammering through it to keep a depth, they just brought the water pipes up. In some places they're pretty close to the surface, very, very close to the surface. And so they asked that we look at putting those deeper so they're more winterized. We have one valve basically that when we blow out the system at the end of the year, it's basically just past the meter. So, you know, we had talked internally about, well, maybe we can isolate a section because we basically have two parts of the park, and we have the lower section and the upper section, which is the older, and it has, you know, water to the sites and those kinds of things, but we have water that goes down to the lower side as well for the restrooms. And can we just isolate and keep some spots open, you know, add more valves and things and just fix kind of on an incremental approach, or look at a section to keep open, because it's really that last group of people that come in November for hunting that we're talking about, and their concern was to be able to keep it open for that. So maybe there's some way, and we'll take a look at that, see if there's an opportunity for some improvement. And whether there's grants available for that, I don't know. And then the other issue was the playground system. We don't have a lot of playground equipment, and the community has actually made improvements to that. I think one of the Boy Scouts that lives out there took that on as a project and actually made repairs and improvements to the existing playground equipment. But there might be grant opportunities for that through potentially RCO, and that cycle opens up next year about this time. So they were interested in trying to help us see what might make sense and might be a project for grant funding that the community can take involvement in. Like we've done up at the fairgrounds, where part of our match is actually community labor. And so that's probably an opportunity. Once we come up with what makes sense to do at the park for a playground, we can then maybe come up with a cost and see what the grant people might fund. But they were really interested in that. The other item that they had concerns over was Lake Road, and I kind of attached a aerial photo kind of showing Lake Road. So it connects to Trout Lake, which doesn't look so much like a lake anymore, more of a marshy area. But people see the sign, and people that visit want to go see the lake. So right now, the red line is where most of the people live around, and it's currently posted at 35, and it's not an much improved road. We have some rock on it, and actually the adjacent property owners have come in and got permits to do dust abatement on this road, and they pay for it and do it themselves. And but the community would like to see the speed limit lowered. And so we actually did some counts there because of some concerns brought last summer, and the speed can be reduced based on our standards and guidelines. So that's probably one that we'll follow through the process. That's that red area, but the whole road is obviously connects with that yellow piece and ends at the lake. So if you've driven up there, once you get to that yellow piece, you kind of drive through a wooded tunnel basically that narrows up drastically. And then there's a small space right at the edge of the lake that you have to turn around. And it's really,
It's
it
pretty
can be
small.
challenging. Yeah, especially if someone else is parked down there. I guess DNR has some concerns because they're the property owners north. You kind of see they're called out up there north of where the citizens live. And they would like to not see people go down there with a vehicle. But you know, to make parking up above there's an expense to that. And while we only have 60 feet of right of way in some spots, it might take more. So that's kind of a bigger project. And there may be other options, but I said we'd at least look at the opportunities, but I don't think there's much opportunity without purchasing property to make a parking area up above for a
How
turnaround.
used is this?
How what?
How used is this? How many, I mean, is this like a tourist thing off the beaten path?
Yeah, I don't know. They, suggested that there were quite a few people that come down there and younger people go there and party at night and that kind of stuff. And I said, well, when does this occur? And they're like, well, weekends. And we don't take our traffic counts on the weekends. So I think this summer's we'll probably look at that just to see what the traffic volumes are on the weekends and compared to the weekdays. And that'll give us a better idea whether it's how big of an issue it is.
Yeah.
So, and they were okay with that.
It's
Evidence.
well used. It's where everybody goes to take their pictures of the mountain and the refuge. And there's a lot of people that drive in there all the time, fishing, everybody. I got no problem reducing it from 35 down to 25 at all.
Okay, so
There's a lot of people that walk along that road. The community walks there to go out there and drink their coffee in the morning and look at the mountain.
It's, to me, as long as it's mainly what those landowners on that road want. If they want it reduced, I'm fine with it.
yes, they do.
I know there's a community meeting out in Trout Lake tonight about the proposed rezone out there off of what is that? Jennings?
No.
That 80-acre parcel. Did they talk at all about that?
No.
Oh, I think it got set up after you met with them. But there's a lot of discussion about fire and that road, Jennings Road. I didn't know if you'd want to call in and listen and
Okay.
give your 2 cents tonight, or if you're busy.
Okay. One of the other things that they did, talking about fire, so in the past, we've done a exemption for the park to have fires there when we have somebody there permanently. And we haven't done it for a few years, but we were asked by the camp host, people that come to the park have complained, we got these fire rings here, can we have a fire? But that's one thing I did talk to the community about, and the council and the citizens that were on the phone, they kind of polled everybody, give your input, and the majority of the people didn't think it was fair that visitors to the park who don't have a vested interest got to have fires while someone living right next door that had a similar setup couldn't. And that was not everybody, but most of the people commented that way and felt that way. So I don't know that we would want to necessarily pursue an exemption.
I'm a no on that, but they can have their opinion.
I'd be curious what the fire chief,
That's,
Yeah.
I mean, that's who we generally lean on to make a recommendation, and that's.
Yeah.
I think that's a really relevant point of view though, as far as why is it different for visitors versus the residents?
Yeah.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The burn ban variance requests do come through your office. In the past few years, the fire districts, especially up in there, have said no fires at all.
So it's probably a non-issue.
Probably.
So across from the park, we own a parcel, it's narrow and skinny, 0.33 acres. Do you know, was that part of the park parcel, or why do we have that?
We do?
Yeah.
On,
It's on the east side of the road, kind of where, it looks like it's going right down where the creek runs down through there. It goes down through the center of the Dry Creek, whatever it is. I've never seen it before, I just noticed it. It says it's by Klickitat County.
look into it. Yeah. Does it connect to a road?
Well, it looks like half of somebody's house is on it, but we know how far off those can be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it looks like it's where that bridge goes across Dry Creek, it runs right down there, so I'm guessing it could be built on no matter what.
Yeah. I'll look into it.
Okay.
Last thing on my list, did talk to the prosecutor and the health department director about events at the fairground. Everybody said, yeah, let's move forward. And so we put together a draft policy and procedures to how to have events safely based on the current guidelines. And so we'll be letting Aaron and the prosecutor's office take a look at those and then move forward with events out there. One of the other things we want to work on with Jeff King is he's got a lot of PPE in the large exhibit hall, which is one of the only heated buildings that we have out there now besides the poultry building. And so for events, it's in one of those that's in more demand than the other facilities. So we'll try and work with him to move a lot of that PPE to that Connex box that he bought and other locations so we can actually utilize that. Because I know the fair would like to have something eventually, and that's one of the buildings that they use too.
Right.
So, and that's it. Sorry to go long.
I have a question for you. What if governor says tomorrow, hey, you can open, what, are we ready? Or are there offices, be it whatever auditor or building or whatever, that doesn't have plexiglass or isn't ready, or are we ready?
We're ready.
Yeah.
The one challenge is if they don't lift the 25%,
Right.
we can only have 12 people besides the staff in this building. Pioneer Center, I think we can have, it's 28 or 30. And then our other facilities kind of vary depending on which one it is.
In the
12 people
building?
in the building?
Yes, in the building. That's 25% capacity.
Right.
So we use, to get that, we use every space available to come up with that number.
So our occupancy for the courthouse is 100 people?
I don't have the list, but it's, yeah.
Or not even
25%.
25%.
So 50 people is our occupancy if it's.
I don't remember what it is.
Yeah, I didn't bring the sheet.
Yeah.
So
It's
then essentially,
25%.
we would be posting on the doors no more than however many in whatever here, and then in the building department, no
Yeah.
more than 3 citizens can be in the building at a time.
I think, yeah, the challenge is how do you manage that?
Right.
You know, because once we open the door, the only way to manage it is to have somebody there.
I was gonna say, yeah, here it would be a bigger issue than say at the building department or something.
Right.
Because they know how many
Yeah.
people are standing in their lobby.
Yep.
Like that.
But yeah, no, that could be an issue here.
Is this with the new numbers that were just adopted, or is this with the old numbers?
Old numbers, yeah,
So if we adopt the new numbers, the occupancy of
it'd be
this
less,
entire building is
Yeah.
gonna go down even more than that.
yes.
I would imagine the numbers are the 25% is gonna change when he, pulls the phase 3 out of his hat and whatever it happens to be. It'll probably be a 50%, but cross that bridge when we get there. I just want to make sure we're ready for it.
Yeah,
I mean, at the very least, it seems like even under those circumstances, you could do appointment, where
yeah,
you
Yeah,
could have people, because then you would be in
Yeah.
control, you would know.
exactly. You would
And
know
maybe
how
we could
many.
just have a master list somewhere that if somebody, you know, so you could just
Keep
look
track.
on there and it's like, oh, there's currently 8 people in the building on appointments right now. Oh, we got room. Yeah, we'll schedule this or do something. I mean, at least something
Right.
gets us from, you know, I mean, I'm hopeful that it's all gonna be irrelevant.
Soon.
My main kicker is I want to make sure when he says that you can, that we do. And we don't
Right.
take 2 weeks figuring it out. I want to make sure we're ready to roll.
I think the one thing that, you know, how do we open? Because do you take, some people are taking temperatures of people when they come in. Some people just post a sign, here's the rules.
Right.
You know, we don't have those because the rules have been, we had one
They keep changing.
last July, but it's not the same anymore. So I think, and we have to make a decision on what we're willing to do, because if you take temperatures, now you're talking about somebody staffing the door
Yeah,
to
no,
do that. So how do you,
I would say no temperatures. I would say maybe a sign-in sheet or something, but yeah, no.
okay,
And we need to understand too, is that this building is full of elected officials that are going to determine
If anybody gets in their door.
what gets in their door or doesn't get.
All I
in their
can,
door.
that's like I tell people, all I can do is give you access to the hallway and the bathroom.
Right.
But
We'll go from there.
on day one where they can use the bathroom, I want them to use the bathroom.
I'm hopeful we can have some sort of unified approach, but
You said the number's gonna be 12,
here, yeah, in this building.
so 12, and I mean, you have 4 by appointment in the auditor and 4 by appointment in the assessor and 4 randoms. I don't think we have anything to worry about.
And
I
I
don't
think the
either.
court's
I don't
kind of
think-
exempt.
Yeah.
They just are.
I mean,
Yeah.
frankly, 12 is, if we can work with 12, I would say under routine circumstances, we probably don't have more than 12 people
Probably
doing
not.
business in the courthouse at any given time. It's basically just a normal.
Unless our room fills up with citizen comments.
Yeah, I mean, that would be different. We may have to see where it's like, we need to use the 12 from a 1 to 1:30.
No,
We have pre,
Yeah.
Or schedule
We-
appointments for citizen occupancy.
yeah, between 1 and 1:30. So,
Like I said, let's cross that bridge when we get there, hopefully.
Hopefully very
50%
soon.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
I can't imagine he's gonna go through the rest of this week without having a phase 3. I don't know how he does it.
You have little faith.
I know.
Yeah.
right?
Uh-huh.
all right, thank
So,
you.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And I'll see if I can get you that link if you wanna try to sign in tonight or not.
Sure, yep, will do. Thank you.
We did your court in session in Yakima. We have some people that have been waiting 12 months, 14 months
For court, I know.
I
Well,
wonder what
those are
the
trials.
repercussions for trial, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of everything else is being done by Zoom everywhere.
Right, but my question is, if you got somebody locked up for, say, 14 months waiting a trial, and then they get sentenced and they're sentenced to 6 months, which would then be time served, do you have to pay them
For the difference.
for over sentencing?
Because they had the opportunity to post bail.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Commissioners.
Good answer.
Jeff Rose on vacation last week, so he got by this week. But there is one issue I wanted to mention to you, and an email will go out to all the departments following this meeting. We've been working for a year to install a new firewall for all of the Goldendale offices, and that work will happen on Friday at 6. The entire system will be down for 15 to 30 minutes, but historically, for some reason, new firewalls fail within 24 hours, so the vendor will have people on site. So
Okay.
it happened once, and if it happened once, it could happen again. So installing a new firewall is a pretty significant event. So, but Jeff will meet with the EMD, the dispatch folks, and we'll send an email out to all the departments, and hopefully since it's at 6 on Friday, and if the system goes down on a Saturday, it'll minimize the impact, and having the vendors here should make it better. So we'll just let everybody know. Fiscal services, we're going to start off today with fiscal services. So do you want to talk about Jen's going to talk about the budget calendar a little bit?
So I have been collaborating with Brenda Sorensen to develop the 2022 budget calendar. We have gotten to a final draft and should have that available for review soon. Then next, we're coming up on the supplemental budget, first supplemental budget, it's right around the corner. So they're due to fiscal services no later than April 5th, the earlier the better. And I know that there's going to be a few specifically for 125 cumulative reserve for COVID response and projects that didn't get in there due to the adoption of the status quo budget. I didn't know if there's anything else you wanted to add to that.
No, I think there will be a few in 125. So
I'm sure.
one they already know
too.
about, which is the
Yeah.
one they approved last week.
So
And typically the first one, you know, if departments anticipate they can't cover wage increases or benefit increases that may have occurred after they submitted their budgets, or things have changed since the budget was finalized, that will be presented in the first supplemental. But typically we wait till this second or third because things change over time before we should see a lot of those. But the next topic Jen's going to talk about with the federal money that's going to be coming our way will have to be dealt with through a supplemental budget. Probably not the first one, but definitely the second one, or maybe even a special one, depending on the timing.
Correct. So we've been monitoring the state and federal COVID response funding. So first off, it's a pretty easy one. Within the last month, Inslee signed a $2.2 million bill. Funding allocations for that are $714 million to the schools K through 12, $618 million to public health response, $365 million to housing, emergency eviction, foreclosure assistance, and utility assistance. $240 million to business assistance. So another round of working in Washington grants are going to be coming out. $50 million to childcare, $26 million to food assistance, food banks, SNAP, WIC, those types of programs. $91 million to income assistance. So the Department of Commerce anticipates on having the application portal available by late March. I've been in contact with Dave McClure and EOC liaison to ensure getting the word out to the public, because these are going to be state operated grants and funding.
So our only real role then is just going to be education, marketing, getting people to the portal.
Correct.
Okay.
I
I like it and I don't like it.
I know.
As far as I like that somebody else has to manage it. I don't like it is because somebody else is managing it.
Right.
Somebody else, not us.
But they're managing someone else's money too, not ours.
It's all somebody else's money.
That's right.
And it's all our money.
That's true. That's true.
And a lot of things fall through the cracks when you're doing it at the state level.
Right.
From the last work in Washington.
Yeah. Yeah. So, it's, as you said, it's their money and they'll manage it, I guess. So,
Oh, no, it's our money.
yeah, well,
And our grandkids and our great.
and our grandkids.
Yeah.
So Friday night, the Senate passed the American Rescue Plan Act. It's a $1.9 trillion bill. They made a few amendments. The target date for enactment is March 15th. That's when the unemployment provisions run out. So this bill differs from the CARES Act coronavirus relief funding in the sense that it is not a reimbursable grant. We will be receiving the money upfront. This bill, it speaks to pandemic relief in many forms, really hitting hard on capital infrastructure, specifically broadband in multiple areas of the bill, as well as specifically speaking in multiple areas to housing, such as rental assistance and again, utility assistance. There's funding for utility assistance in the form of financial assistance for current utility costs, as well as any utility cost in arrears. There's transportation dollars written into the bill, which includes air and rail. FEMA fund is receiving $50 billion, which is now for the COVID pandemic, paying at 100% instead of the typical 75-25 of the cost share. Now, FEMA typically requires EOC activation in order to receive any FEMA funding, as well as it has its own set of regulations. Agriculture and nutrition has funding allocated for grants through loan assistance and USDA assistance for farmers, ranchers, and forest landowners. Education and child care will receive allocations at the state level with subgrants to local education agencies. And of course, there's funding for public health support in the form of testing, contact tracing, work expansion, and vaccine distribution. In addition, there's funding for mental health and substance abuse. As part of the overall package, the Coronavirus Fiscal Recovery Fund would provide $350 billion to states, territories, tribes, counties, and municipalities, $10 billion for capital projects, and $1.5 billion over the course of 2 years for revenue share counties. This is public land counties, counties that receive PILT, payment in lieu of taxes, and SRS, secure rural school payments. Counties will receive $65.1 billion split up by population. So currently that Klickitat County is estimated at $4.3 million. Keep in mind that those numbers could change a bit during the federal true-up process. The U.S. Department of Treasury would oversee and administer these payments directly to local governments. Funds will be direct allocations to counties in the form of 2 payments, 50% within 60 days of enactment, and then the remaining 50% 12 months after that date. Funds may be used by the counties to respond to public health emergency with respect to COVID or negative economic impacts. Provisions of government services to the extent of the reduction in revenue due to the public health emergency, or make necessary investments in water, sewer, broadband infrastructure. The Senate also outlines that the use of the funds to either directly or indirectly offset reduction in net tax revenue is not allowed. No funds shall be deposited into any pension fund. And state and local governments are allowed to transfer to a private nonprofit organization or a public benefit corporation involved in transportation of passengers, cargo, or special purpose unit of the state and local government. And some counties have already published their plan to use these funds with NACO. Some examples of that are social safety net services, in other words, mental health and substance abuse, broadband expansion, food assistance. We're even able to use the dollars for hospitality and tourism development, nonprofit support, small business support, and vaccine distribution. As we all know, money does not come free. The U.S. Treasury will require the counties to submit a signed certification prior to receiving funds. It's my understanding that the certification will be very basic, basically acknowledging that we will use the funds within the guidelines. The Senate bill also requires local governments to provide periodic reports detailing accounting that the funds are used for. This is also required for our portion of the $1.5 billion for the revenue cost share counties. Non-compliance will result in having to repay the Treasury.
So as you can see, Jen's doing a good job of trying to track, at 100,000 feet as this bill takes shape and soon to be approved. I'm trying to track through senior services with Sharon, public works, infrastructure with Gordy, and public health with Aaron, and then Jen's the finance section chief, so will track any FEMA funds that may come in addition to the 4.1 or 4.2 million. Aaron's indicated she believes it'll be between 600,000 and 700,000 additional dollars through her own avenues, probably through the state. Sharon this morning anticipates money. We don't know how much yet. Public Works is a little bit different because I believe there's a transportation plan and the projects are rated or prioritized, but we did get Dave McClure forwarded an email from Senator Murray's office. So I don't know if that's a separate transportation bill or if it's an infrastructure part of this bill. So Gordy, through his association, is tracking this too. So we're trying to track these specific amounts, the amounts coming directly to the county, and then other funds coming through different avenues. For instance, I'm working with Carmen to try to identify mental health dollars to assist her in the jail. Last week, 6 out of 8 female inmates were there with mental health issues. It's a significant issue for the jail staff and for staffing issues and staffing safety. So I think Carmen's got some good ideas on how to address that. And so if we can find funding, which sounds like there's going to be quite a bit of funding out there for mental health. Substance abuse is a big part of those that are incarcerated. So hopefully we can find some sources of funds to deal with that issue as well. So,
did you see, because my briefing on this, again, this was a week ago, and I know there have been some changes as it went through the Senate versus what the House passed, which now goes back to the House because it's not the same.
Right.
There was discussion about that there really there's not a time frame. So it's not like a reimbursement grant where you have to have performance within a period of time. And I was curious, had that changed?
It has changed.
Okay, and so what's the period of performance?
they're pretty generous.
It is. So the deadline to spend the funds would be December 31st, 2024.
Okay. Which actually I'm supportive of, because I think in the House version, there was no
There was no
deadline.
deadline.
And that was like, really, we're not ever going to have we could say, oh no, we're working towards performance. And we'll get that done about the time we get it paid off. So 2165 or whatever.
Oh, and NACO did have a webinar yesterday. It is recorded, so. if you
Oh,
go
good, I can go.
Go check that out.
I was hoping I will do that.
So Jen and I were talking this morning. Of course, this is good news. It's good news for the community. It's good news for the county entity, the county in general. There's going to be a lot of funds flowing into the cities and different avenues, as well as the county government itself. The flip side of that is there's going to be a significant amount of work, both in the fiscal department, auditor's department, treasurer's department, because we're going to be having to report and monitor this for the next 4 years as we spend these funds. So we'll have to, ultimately the commissioners will decide how the funds are spent. So what's the plan? I think the finance committee is going to tee that conversation up to how do the funds get spent? When do they get spent? And then we have to track those funds for obviously the next 4 years, somehow to yet be determined through Treasury.
And have the ability to report on a whim to the U.S. Treasury of where these funds are going, how they're being spent.
So again, the COVID is going to kind of derail many departments' best laid plans as we deal with this. But the good news is it'll be funds well used and make a difference.
Well, my hope is, and this would be a discussion for me and my seatmates and other departments, is that we actually take some time and think about how we're going to do. You know, this is hopefully is a once in a lifetime, and I think we're going to have to set some policy around what's our priorities, what do we want to, what's these dollars going to go for, how do we identify what the most, we can get the most bang for the buck of making these investments in the community. And I'm hoping we're going to do that with some interactions with the communities too, as far as what do we do with this, and especially around mental health, child care. I could definitely, because these are really broad categories that they're kind of letting you, this is different than the CARES Act dollars that were broad, but certainly targeted. And I think it was more of the sense was it was more of an emergency, and it made it easier for us to direct where those dollars were going to go, because it's like, well, here's the most critical need, let's do that. And this is different, and it really is a windfall to us. And again, I'm not going to comment on is it a good fiscal point, because I have grave concerns about it personally, but again, I'm not the decision maker on that. So I don't know how we're going to tackle that.
I mean, in the end, it's all those dollars is 6% of our annual budget. if it's split over 4 years, you're looking at 1.6% of our annual budget. So it's a windfall. It's a great windfall. It's a surgical tool, but it is not there to fix our county budget. And I'm with you. I'd look at this as, you know, you can do some real good work, but I want to see, like Jen was saying, there's a lot of other dollars that, like all those things that you said, there's other dollars that are going to flow into that. And so if we can get those other dollars flowing in, then we can reserve this to fill in the parts that aren't getting hit.
Right.
I mean, senior services, Sharon said this morning, they've already got another 60,000, and that's pre the stimulus bill and the amount that they get out of the landfill fund, you know, could be offset by these other sources of money. So you're, and I forgot to mention economic development. I'm sure there's going to be business grants and things through Department of Commerce again. So, I mean, you could be talking 5 to 6 million total when you look at all these other sources of money coming in as a result of this bill.
So we need to plan for it as well, because if we, you know, I'm all for mental health, but if you start throwing COVID dollars at mental health,
What
4 years
happens
from now,
when-
she's gonna say, hey.
Right.
So we need, and if we're okay with that, we just need to make sure we know 4 years from now we're doing that.
Right.
And that's gonna be a budget hit when this runs out. So.
That's a good
And
point.
And
Plan
keep in mind
accordingly.
too, like their transportation has, you know, its own dollars outside of our county dollars. Public health has its own dollars outside of our county dollars. Transportation includes senior services. So those things are going to get funding outside of what we're going to get.
But you make a good point, Commissioner, that the Chair and I talked about, and Jen, is this is one-time funds, and if it funds something that has an ongoing cost, then.
Right.
We're accepting that we're gonna continue it on year 5.
Right.
Because it's gonna be hard to tell people no after you've done it for 4 years.
And to your point, Commissioner Anderson, any systemic budget issues that may or may not exist will still exist underneath
Exactly.
this $4.2 million that will emerge
Maybe
maybe later.
make that worse.
Right.
Exactly.
That's what I was talking about earlier in the, you know, with what's going on, because the systemic problems are still going to be there, but it's going to be, you know, we just sort of papered over them temporarily, potentially, with all this cash that's going to be sloshing around everywhere at the state and the, you know, the cities, you know, all of this. And it's, you know, it's going to be really hard to keep people focused on what we really need to do. Yes, sir.
Are the cities getting funding too, just like
They
we
are.
are?
They are based on population as well.
Yeah, and there's a
So they're
list
getting
for
their own batch for water and sewer, and so they're not going to be coming to us to help. them put it-
Yeah.
I did come across some rough numbers for cities, but, you know, I wasn't really gonna speak to that.
And I, you know,
So you anticipate them still asking?
Well, I mean, you know,
I think when we looked at another state's association had done the math, and it looks like the 3, Benjamin White Salmon and Goldendale together may get close to $1 million split between the 3.
Okay, that's a lot.
it's about, well, it's the same on a per capita basis, is because the split was roughly the same.
It's about $176 per person.
Yeah, and so in this county, only about a third of the population lives in incorporated cities, and so it's the same pie roughly-ish. So it's another third of the dollar they're getting tacked on top of it. So yeah, it's on a per capita basis.
So we're not getting money based off the people that live in the city.
We are actually.
Oh, so.
That was one of the differences that they said, is that we didn't, that was part of the reason why we don't, the cities, because there was some discussion about that, because typically if they do that, then the cities come in and say, hey, we want
Our share.
of what you got,
paid, yeah.
but they actually got paid in addition. So it
So
is.
if you live in a city, you're worth $300. But if you
Yeah,
live in
basically you
suburban-
are. If you live in a city, you're worth $300 because you got counted twice. So, and that's what we'll tell them.
I like to say everything
Might
happens
be a
for
fire
a
truck in
reason,
there or something.
and I'm
Might be a
really,
fire truck.
really glad we have Jen.
Yes.
For the time.
Good Lord, yes,
So thank you, Jen.
yes,
So the next topic, so
yes.
setting all this money aside
Yeah.
and looking at the current budget and ongoing budget. When I developed the job description for Jen's position and presented it to the finance committee and ultimately to the commissioners, I added a number of things in there that this position would be doing, such as forecasting operational expenses, forecasting revenues, service demands, facilitating development of long-term fiscal strategies, conducting research and analysis for budget administration, financial decision-making. So there's a whole element to this that is called out that may or may not have been inherent in previous jobs. And so we hope to get that information from you as we go through these meetings we're going to have on Thursdays, the finance committee, to determine what kind of information the commissioners are going to want on a regular basis, on a quarterly basis, a monthly basis. And so, we don't expect you to give us that today, but we're going to present this to the finance committee as well. And then ultimately, as we go through educating all of us on the aspects of the budget, it hopefully will become clear to us what you would like to see and when you'd like to see it. So we'll just throw that out there, that's going to be a big part of Jen's job, is running the numbers, so to speak, and it's easier if we know what those are as much as possible on a regular basis. So anything else, Jen? Any other questions for Jen before we switch gears?
No, I'm just happy to have some good information.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jim, could you get me a copy of that, email me a copy of that report you built up? I was trying to write it down, but I didn't get all of it.
We'll also let you know with NACO, because I think you all have access to the NACO. When we see a webinar or some information comes through on WhatsApp, which I think you're all on as well, or NACO, let you know that it's something's out there in case you want to watch it. Next.
You want them to be first?
No, she starts at the end. Sorry, ladies.
That was a sigh of relief back there.
All good.
So for HR, the first item is on the consent agenda today is the social media policy that's presented for adoption. Should you adopt it, the next steps will be to acquire the software that we'll need to implement that. And then the elected officials will be polled to see if they will adopt the policy or not in their departments, which is my understanding how it works. And we'll continue to move forward. So that's just kind of keeping up to speed as we move forward on that one. Speaking of the new Corona bill or the new coronavirus bill.
Yes, so our Families First Coronavirus Response Act was extended through the end of March. And there is discussion within all of the information that Jen just provided of them maybe extending that to September and replenishing banks available for employees to use for the emergency paid sick leave. I don't know a lot of the details of what they are extending or if it will actually happen, but we just wanted to give you an update that there are talks about it being extended. And so when and if it does, then we will return with more information.
How much use has that been getting?
So after December, I think there have been 3 employees that have used the emergency paid sick leave. The emergency, like the 2/3 pay for childcare and stuff was not extended. It was truly just the emergency paid sick leave. And so, so for the people that have used that already, there is talk that extending this act would reimburse or replenish their banks. So they would get an additional 80 hours if they've already used it. And then for people that haven't used it, they would still be able to use that 80 hours. So
How much, how much of a percentage of the workforce utilized that? I mean, it wasn't hugely used when I saw the report.
it was not. I want to
But I
say
gave back
of
because
the
it was all-
emergency paid sick leave, do you think?
I think that when I gave the
Mhm.
report today, there was like 22.
Yeah, that
people
sounds
on
about
there.
right.
Mm-hmm.
And
So,
that would
About
include
10% of the
two-thirds.
FTEs.
Yeah.
So,
So So that's what we're looking
One
at.
difference in this bill is, we don't know all the details yet, according to NACO, counties and now will be able to access payroll, there'll be another waive the payroll tax on employees being paid if they're out on this leave. Before, the feds refused to extend that to local government, it was only to the private sector. So now, you have to talk to Brenda to see what it looks like, but for employees out on those leaves, we may not be required to have to pay payroll tax, so there would be a little offset.
Okay.
Now, the risk management, one of the hats I wear is risk manager for the county, and at a future meeting, I've asked the insurance program to provide us an annual report. I actually met with them last year to try and have them provide more ongoing and better information as we move forward. So we have this information. So, and it's my goal to start putting together an annual report. So I work closely with the PA's office. Over the years, PA's been the risk manager, HR's been the risk manager. Currently it's me, but a lot of things fall under the PA's area as well. So, so I'll be working on putting together an annual report for you for future meetings. We want to update you on the negotiations on kind of a future calendar. What I'm working on now is a comparable study of counties that hasn't been done for over 10 years of the counties that we should compare ourselves to in union negotiations and potentially other salary issues. And I hope to get that to you in April or May, an executive session, because once you make the final decision, then I have to negotiate it with the union. And then once that process is done, HR in June or July is responding to a statewide salary survey. And then as soon as that's done, usually around July, then we pull that information off and prepare for negotiations, which starts August 1st, thereabouts, all 5 bargaining units. So we're literally working on this all the way up to August, and then negotiations will take as long as negotiations take. Typically within 90 days is when they're resolved. They can go longer, they can go shorter, but Public Works unions put theirs off because of the COVID for a year. So any issues that were pushed down the road will be dealt with in the next go around. So it's truly a year-long process to prepare for negotiations and then actually conduct the negotiations. So just trying to give you kind of a timeline of all the steps that we'll be doing and where we'll involve, obviously, the commissioners. And then prior to negotiations, we'll come in and give you the market data to kind of show where the unions are in comparison to the comparators that we've selected. And then we'll start negotiating, and then at that point update you on a regular basis. Usually a commissioner is part of each of those different negotiations. So we're working on that now. Speaking of negotiations, so that union employees get their salaries reviewed by market data every 3 or 4 years. Non-union employees haven't had a market review for all non-union positions for 12 years. There's been a few adjustments in there. There's been for some positions, but not the whole non-union environment. And I think you'll see later when I'm talking about the classification committee's report. The world has changed in 12 years. We've changed in 12 years. Have we changed in 12 months? And so the odds of this compensation structure working today as well as it did 12 years ago, I think is, there's some challenges, and we ran into some of those as we were going through this compensation report. For instance, the statistics, did you want to?
So non-union employees, we currently have 145, give or take a few, regular employees that are exempt and non-exempt. That doesn't include our casual employees with senior services, public works, things like that. Of those 145 regular employees, we have 87 that are non-exempt. And that is
Hourly, yeah.
Yes, that is the hourly. So that is our non-exempt employees from grades 33 to 43. Of those 87, 67 are within the grade 34 to 38, which would include our clerical admins, 1, 2, and 3, our accounting admins, our bookkeepers, and our office managers. So there's kind of that crunch between those grades, and
We have 77% of those employees in a very narrow band of pay. And where it may have worked 12 years ago, we've created new levels of positions, you know, which you do over time, 1 to a 2, 2 to a 3, things move, but they're constrained in this artificially constrained in this narrow band. And I think externally that impacts our ability to hire and retain to some degree. Internally, it creates challenges as well, as these people work for over 20 different departments, elected and appointed. So trying to keep a common thread through these positions and these employees over such a wide variety of duties in a very narrow pay band is a challenge. And so my goal was and is to get an estimate from the firm that did the study. They're very well known for their work. They created the system that we have. We talked to the PA, it's allowable to do that, and get an estimate and bring it forth for the budget process for next year. In a perfect world, we do it this year. It's a tremendous amount of work, but we would do it this year so that we're doing all the union employees and the non-union employees at the same time, and then moving forward with that information, as opposed to doing the unions first and then coming back 6 months or 8 months, 9 months later with the non-union. We don't necessarily live in a perfect world, but with your permission or concurrence, I'd like to reach out to this company, get an estimate of what it would take to do a market survey for the 145 positions, update job positions, and take another look at the salary structure to see if changes need to be made in the structure, and then bring that estimate either back as part of the budget process or just bring it back for your general information.
I'm a yes, I think it's long past time.
I'm in favor of it. A quarter of our overall workforce works in this narrow band. And the fact that it hasn't been looked at in 12 years is a long, long time.
Yeah, I'm at least, let's get started, at least get an idea. As far as, I will be curious what the estimate comes back, because there's quite a bit of work that goes into it.
Yeah, we do the non-union work.
Exactly, that's why it's not done but ever so often.
We do the non-union stuff in HR, but to do 145 employees, and trust me, it's always better to have a third party do it.
Right, I believe it has more credibility with the staff when it's handled.
Because some things go up, some things don't go up,
Right.
some things are determined to be at market or above market. You know, it is what it is, and so
Right.
having it done by an outside firm, then everybody can blame them, and then they
Yeah,
leave it another 12
yeah.
years.
I like that.
It's a good company. It's a good company. I've worked with them.
Yeah, they did a good job 12 years ago, and it was.
And I
I
think
mean, I guess there is something to be said for that. It's not that it's not broken today. It's just out of date, and that does say something that 12 years later, the fundamentals of it are still operating. It's just our data points have gotten so out of, we're so far away from where we were 12 years. There's been so many changes that
And I think there's some efficiency.
it's showing its age.
And I think there's some efficiency having the same firm do it. They're familiar with the county. They've done some work for us since then periodically. So they're familiar with the county and basics, overall structures they put in place or recommended to be put in place. So I'll start with them and bring that information back.
With the exempt, non-exempt employees and that changing, how many people are, of the 145 are sitting on that line where they could go from exempt to suddenly being non-exempt?
Well, the difference between hourly and salaried, exempt, non-exempt, is more than just a financial decision. It's the FLSA, the Fair Labor Standards, has a series of tests that determine if you're executive, administrative, IT has their own exemption, or there's a salary itself, but so there's a test you'd have to apply. So somebody can make reaching a certain salary, which the feds and the state have raised and are continuing to raise. There's additional things that have to be met before someone would be qualified. The rule is everybody's hourly. The exception is salary. People look at it the other way around. The rule is everybody's hourly. And the federal government is always trying to increase that pool so you get paid for every hour after 40. And then they provide exceptions to allow certain criteria for people to be exempt and not have to be paid overtime. So it's a series of tests that have to be met to reach that. When they do a job analysis, they will catch those. And if something looks like it meets more than one of those tests, then that would be what they would do, as well as say, we think this is now evolved into an exempt position. So you get to work more hours for the same amount of money. So
Get more flexibility.
get more flexibility. It's pros and cons.
But I know a couple of years ago, we were talking like when this just
kept
hit,
raising
and it was raising up, it was gonna have a direct impact on our budget if people keep working the same number of hours. But yet that pushed them back into hourly from exempt.
Yeah, I expect with the new administration, they'll revisit that and it'll accelerate the original concern we had, which was almost a dozen positions would become exempt versus or hourly versus exempt. And so part of that, this study would, I think, could anticipate that and prepare us for that.
Right. So that's where I was trying to get with that, is that the study has even more because we have to deal with it.
It's timely for that reason as well. Yeah.
They had changed some of the overtime
The
salary
numbers, right?
thresholds as of January 1st of 2021. So originally, when we thought it would be affecting our salary schedule a lot sooner, it actually got changed and bumped it up. And
Yep.
so we don't see it affecting more than, I think, 2 positions for the next 2 years.
Oh,
So that would.
But if it goes back to where it was
Right.
like 9, 13 positions.
that's what I
Yes,
thought. It was,
yeah.
you know,
And it's a budget impact because employees were able to do the work in more than 40 hours. Now they get paid for anything over 40. So if it's not managed, then you start incurring overtime where you didn't before. Okay, moving on, public records. So Rebecca and I in the PA's office developed a brief questionnaire for the 4 departments that you have authorized additional help to be hired to do the public records retention and anticipation of moving into the new building where there's less space. And so we put together a questionnaire to be able to verify how they were doing it and the process they were using and the volume and the system they were using in IT to make sure that it was meeting all of the expectations of public records. And the results are encouraging. It seems like everybody's on the right path, doing the right things. The sheer volume is kind of staggering, which I think or is reported. Thank goodness computers have reduced the paper load, because currently we have 538 boxes of documents and 39 file cabinets that have to be either scanned or destroyed, and or both. And so imagine what it'd be if we didn't have computers saving all that paper. So it's a significant amount of work that needs to be done in the next 5 or 6 months. So, but I think everybody's up in the task and they're on it. So, and the second thing is Rebecca, Jeff, and I will continue now on the cell phone issue that we talked about at the last meeting, trying to capture text messages and make sure we're meeting the public records requirements for cell phones. So we'll be starting in on that one. And now I think it's Lindsay's turn. We're going to talk about
Save the best for last.
Right, I am gonna give a quick update though. They are offering public records virtual workshops for training. And so an email will go out to employees because we have a lot of new employees that will need that training available. MRSC is providing that. And so employees will be able to sign up for those. There will be sessions available. You can do a morning session and an afternoon session. And they have several dates available as well. So you could, if you could only do a morning session one day, you can do an afternoon session the next day, and there's dates within March and April. So that will be going out. Another update is that there is sexual harassment in the workplace training. that is scheduled for March 17th and March 19th. It is required for all new employees. And so Lindsay has sent out that email. And so just a few updates on training.
I forwarded that to Andrew Como's email address.
Yeah.
Well, you have to sanitize before you put down after.
Thank you. That's the practice right there. Wow.
Wow. Get ready for this big package.
Lindsay agreed to join me, but said I had to give the report, which she's available to answer questions. If I torture her too much, I'll pay for it later. So the Klickitat County Child Care Committee's asked us to update the commissioners on where the committee is at and the work they've done. The members from the county are Lindsay and Abby Brandt from WSU, attend on a regular basis. Myself, Richard Foster, and Hannah Browse from WSU attend as we can. But Lindsay and Abby are there every other Wednesday. KBH.
That's why their name are in dark ink.
That was for us, and then when I graded the copies, I was like, when I was sitting there.
It's a bullet bolt message.
Yeah.
And then the KBH, Penny Andrus from KBH is on there, WAGAP, Leslie Nearmore, and there's 2 grant-funded positions, Larissa Levesque and Joanna Rowe. Committee background group started discussions in 2019, has been meeting regularly for a year. There was a community forum in October 2019. The committee has applied for a few grants and recently was awarded a $100,000 grant, which was used to hire the 2 grant-funded positions. The grant was written to foster collaborative partnerships that expand childcare capacity in Washington communities. This grant. We have hired on a childcare liaison, which is Larissa, and a grant writer, Joanna. And I think we've attached their job descriptions and what they're working on as well. And the grant itself. So the committee current work is working with Washington's team on a needs assessment and feasibility review. That's attached as well. And as we said, that we meet every other Wednesday at 4 p.m. on Zoom. Child care liaison Larissa is working on communicating, answering questions, discussing child care licensing with individuals in our community. She completed a brochure to help with the process of obtaining and completing licensing requirements by the state for home care. Continues to watch and advocate when appropriate about the current legislation being proposed related to child care. We have good support from our local representatives. And when we receive more information on the feasibility study, she can start working towards a business plan for an eventual center here in Goldendale. So while the whole county can benefit from the licensing aspect of it, the original intent was to build, and still is to build, a licensed facility in the Goldendale area. The ultimate hope is that whatever is done here can be recreated and done as well in White Salmon and the Bingen area. The grant writer's working on contacting all potential and confirmed partners, asking them to support the MOU we've developed. We've got letters of support from many different organizations throughout the county, and she as well monitors legislation and is participating in grant writing training classes put on by the Grantmanship Center and Rural Development Initiative. Previously, we had a commissioner on that committee, and the committee would like to have one of you, if possible, be part of that committee and be attend meetings as you can and be in the queue, so to speak.
I would be game if my seatmates want me to.
How about it?
A part of this, part of the original thoughts were that the county public works building, once it's vacated, could be utilized, remodeled, repurposed for a child care facility. There may be other things that come up that are better options, but that's at least initially been kind of a starting point for discussions. And I know they're looking at other options, and from remodeling to new construction. So think, so hopefully the commissioners are still on board with the potential use of that building. Should it work out that that's, the business plan would support that.
Are you looking primarily in District 2 and District 3 for childcare facilities and these grants, or is this going to be county-wide? What's your focus?
So right now, the focus is Goldendale because that's where we just started. And that's where we got all of our studies and information from. And so right now, the grant that we have is for Goldendale. And I mean, it would be nice to go throughout the county, but you have to start somewhere. So that's where we started.
I'm not trying to be pointed.
Because there are 0 licensed childcare facilities here.
Right, and we have one in Benton.
Yes.
And so that's the big thing is that if you start talking about creating one in White Salmon or Benton using county funds, when there's already one there, the competition, that doesn't always look kindly. So.
Well, the county hasn't committed funds to operating
so
a center here. All the county has put on the table besides 5 of us times is the potential use of that building, which would be through some lease arrangement of some kind. But the county has not committed any funds to operating, nor have any of these other partners to date. So I think the hope is that like the licensing of childcare for home would apply to anybody throughout the county and increase that. The actual center would be based here, but yeah.
And the child care liaison is working with not only trying to do a center, but if people are wanting to do child care in their home, she's helping them like start giving them kind of a breakdown of, what is the next step and stuff like that. Cause it's, overwhelming
And I think the reason the county is involved before I got here is we've had employees leave or had to leave because of the lack of childcare, and we're not the only ones. KBH is suffering the same. I suspect the school system.
Yeah. Do you know of any, has there been any cleanup at the state level of their overburdensome regulations that have put us in this mess? Do they see that they've created a problem and they're trying to unregulate and fix it?
So there's a couple contacts from DCYF, and we're actually working with Washington STEM. That's the state on a feasibility study. And if you look at the pamphlet in the back, I think then Mindy and somebody else from the state are actually helping put together, give information, and they actually came to a community forum that we had and gave out all their information, and were more than willing to come and look at people's like houses and start from square one and help out like that. It's just
to build a childcare facility, a large facility is almost equal to building a hospital in terms of cost per square foot and requirements. I mean, we get all agreed it's necessary safety requirements, but it's very cost prohibitive. The Dallas has tried it for generations to build one that's self-sustaining and can carry the burden of the capital improvements and then staff it. I mean, MCMC has one, and it's a significant financial cost to the hospital to do that. So there are a lot of restrictions and burdens.
I mean, isn't that part, as Commissioner Christopher said, part of the goal, I think, was of this committee is not necessarily a child care center in Goldendale, which, that's one possible solution to the problem. But, also one of the solutions was exactly that. Can we make it so it's not so overburdensome for people to operate, small
So you don't need a
child care
bachelor's degree to babysit preschool work.
Well, the truth, yes.
Because that's what we used to do. As far as the problem is not. The problem is nobody. It's basically impossible to do it now as a small business. The requirements are so much. There's a reason. If MCMC or other folks can't do it because the economic model doesn't work, they have to subsidize it. me as a small business owner, I can't operate a small business that has to be subsidized to make it work.
So the consequence of that is there's a lot of home care, parents, grandparents, aunts,
Right.
uncles, friends.
Right. Well, that's why I was wondering if the state has realized that, hey, we've created some problems here. Maybe we need to loosen these restrictions because, yeah, it's Goldendale here, case in point, and our county government with the retirees we have coming soon. People don't want to live here. There's no childcare.
Right.
We're going to have a problem. So.
Great job getting the answers. 116 people responded, so good job on, I'm trying to, why did 87 skip the question? Is that they were answering the questions, but they don't have kids?
This survey.
Yeah, that was the survey. So we only included that one just to show you numbers, but yeah, if they answered no to like the previous one, then I already opted them out of that one.
Oh,
Or
okay.
Good news is that it has expanded from, I think it started,
And this was extended to the whole community, this survey. So it went to
The community or the county?
the Goldendale.
So the good news is that it's expanded. It started out being Goldendale, and maybe the county had a solution in a facility. It would, people could find a way to run it and fix it up. It's expanded now to your point, Commissioner, that, it's trying to high tide rises all ships across the county.
Right.
Home care, licensing, as well as building a facility. So it has taken on a little broader approach as the committee has got more formalized, and but it is an employee benefit issue, right? Not having had.
Well, and I definitely think there's an education piece with the legislature that has to, because again, I don't think the restrictions that either the legislature or the, state agencies put on were not well-meaning. It was you didn't understand that you've actually made things worse as far as for that, 1 out of 100 problem that you were trying to fix, you created a problem for the other 99 things that are now you have nothing. So.
Don't they call us a childcare desert?
Yeah,
The term,
yeah, there's childcare deserts everywhere now where it's.
For everything that's not a corporation childcare.
Right.
Exactly.
So, there's childcare available if you want to pay.
$24,000.
Yeah, it's like, how is that going to work? It's not, it won't work.
Yeah, it's not small business anyway.
No.
Any other questions for Lindsay?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And thank you, Commissioner, for volunteering to be on there. We'll get you included in the listserv and email and get you the
Add it to
contact.
my calendar.
Yeah, we'll do that. Thank you. All right, one more issue.
Hi, guys, thank you.
Join me if you
Well,
will.
she gone. She got what she wanted.
Yeah,
She
she-
got the door.
Yeah.
So the final issue is that you asked HR department to look into a compensation issue that was brought to your attention. And before I give you the results, I'd ask you to bear with me for a few minutes while I note a few things. I think it's unfortunate that this is the first issue that comes to you with 2 new commissioners, because I believe the point factor system we have is good and is sound. But I think the events leading up to this point have created unnecessary controversy because of how it's been handled prior to getting to HR. I think the situation is now where any outcome is now under question. Some folks think it's predetermined that the numbers will go up. Some folks have already predetermined the numbers won't go up. And none of this controversy needed to exist. None of it needed to exist. If we'd have dealt with this a year ago, or the second time it was brought to us, I think we could have avoided all of that. This controversy is not fair to the employee in the position, nor is it fair to the folks who worked hard to make an informed decision. I've used this kind of compensation system many times in many places. As I mentioned earlier, I spent a lot of time looking at the different positions that have some financial portion to their jobs, as the one we reviewed did. And that's where it really dawned on me that we have all of these folks doing multiple positions, all with some or all parts of finance, bookkeeping, accounting, in a very narrow band. I think that is added to this, and I think that's added to the overall problem. In general, the classification system should never be used to reach an arbitrary number designed to keep an employee or employees from making a decision, a personal decision. It's not the intent of the system. To do that is not fair to other employees, and it creates resentment. Now, the opposite is true as well. If the system grades or scores a position, and then there's efforts made to lower it or keep it artificially low, that's just as bad and causes just as much resentment. Both are unfair and unethical. So the system should never be manipulated. Should never be manipulated that way. It's just not fair. It's always incumbent on the classification committee, those of you assigned to do it, to ignore individual motivations, personalities, personality contests, intent, hopes, and just look at the work being done, run it through the process, which is tried and true, and see what comes out, see what the score is. And that's what the classification committee did this time. So the outcome is that the classification committee has determined a new position should be created with a new title at a pay grade 40. The pay grade of the person or the job that's in that department that was reviewed is an office manager 1, pay grade 37. So, we really spent a lot of time. We followed the process. I met with David twice. I spent a lot of time looking at the other positions, the commonalities, the differences. We came in here, the three of us, and we scored it. The committee scored it, and we came out with that pay range, which also tells me that there possibly needs to be expansion as different kinds of jobs are created over time. So in order to proceed, the commission, you would need to, if you would desire to, approve a new position to be developed with a new title and a revised org chart, and we would bring that back to you for formal approval.
Was the board you had unanimous on that shift from a 37 to a 40?
Well, the process is we go through it item by item, the department manager, HR director, and member of the classification committee. And the policy that is designed that we try and work it out. And so we came to consensus. But there's a lot of discussion, a lot of debate, a lot of pushing back and forth, which is normal, in the process. But we ultimately came out in agreement that it should be at the 40, which is a significant increase. Now, the employee in that position will only get 6% by policy, so they can only go up so much, regardless of the number of grades the position goes up. The room to grow is over time, not necessarily immediate. And so I'm comfortable with that decision. I think that tells me we need to look at that whole issue. I think before they start landing up at the door, get other positions and other departments reviewed, the study will be important because I think it may address concerns other departments may have or will have, as well as employees in some of those departments.
Am I correct that you're assuming that you're getting some pushback from other departments on this already?
Both ways. And it's absolutely unnecessary. It's absolutely unnecessary. And it's not really fair to this employee who's only doing the work they're asked to do. So that all aside, thanks for bearing with me on that. We would recommend that the new position be created with a new title at a pay grade 40 to be brought back to you for formal adoption as soon as that could be done.
So what you're saying is that you found is that there were significant differences between what the person is currently doing and what they were hired to do. So you have resentment on that because inside every one of those agreements is as other duties is directed. And so that's a catch-all so that, because there's always small special circumstances in small organizations. Some people I'm only hired to do this. This is all I'm gonna do. Other people want to grow and they're like, yeah, give it to me, whatever it is. But what you're saying is, in this instance, there is a person who has taken on more work than was what they're classified for. And it's more work than what we have a classification for. Currently.
Yeah, not just more work, but a different level of work that seemed to be unique and didn't fit one of these other boxes. It was kind of a hybrid. It was part of this one and part of this one at a higher level. All we can go on is information that's presented by the department director. So the employee shouldn't be under any pressure for doing the job they're asked to do. It's the department directors that assign the workload and that create the unique positions. So my frustration is not with the employee, not with the position, it's not with the process. It's everything that led up to this point that created this controversy that I ultimately think is not fair to the employee.
So having gone through that, you said you can only go up 6% total.
That's by policy, I believe, or practice, where when an employee gets promoted, they go up 6%.
As I recall, when it happened to me, when we did the reclassification, it was you go up. So say you're like step 5 and you're here, and if you move up 1 or 2 levels or whatever, you go back across it to where it meets where that 7 is. Unless like one person in the office went up from like a 67 to a 70. And so it was like a 15% pay grade jump because class step 1 is still more than that 6%, right?
Yeah, if it went up, jump significant, I mean like 5, 6, 7, significant number of ranges, that would be the case.
Yeah, and those were when we did the change for the salary schedules and added the 2 steps. So all exempt employees moved up 2 steps. And then there were some positions that it changed a little more than that. So everybody didn't see the same increase, every exempt employee, but this is being viewed as a promotion. And so historically promotions, we like to see the 6% increase. So that would mean that this employee, if they are at grade 37, step 6, then they would go to grade 40, step 2, and that would show the 6% increase. So this classification, or this where we place the grade and step, is a little different than what that was because the compensation plan was changing.
But in this case,
and this is a promotion.
In this case, it would go from, I think, 5 or 6 steps back to step 2, and the higher, still be promotion. So therefore, the room to grow is, remember, the salary range is left to right or time. 1 year jumps until you get to the top end, and it's 2-year jumps for the last 2, I think. So the county rarely, if ever, jumps people this way, but they can jump them up ranges. So I think I'm comfortable with this outcome. I think it does show there's compression in the system, and that we have, you can't arbitrarily kind of try and fit everything into this pay range, this pay band that was created 12 years ago. As things change, but so that's the recommendation. Thank you for letting me give you my views for what it's worth.
What do you guys think?
Well, I'm inclined to take the recommendation. I think there's a lot more work to be done on this. In general, not this case specifically, because I think I would share some of your frustrations at how we got to where we are. Your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I will take the recommendation. I don't know any of the behind the scenes details of how we got to where we are. I'm not in that loop, so I don't know that one, but I would take the recommendations. But I would also say I'm encouraged to have further discussion on our comparables and have further discussion on our classifications, because I think they're both long overdue.
Yeah, I think, and that'll come out in the study, as far as that. I think that we have a tendency to try to fit everybody in. It's just for efficiency, and you don't like everybody, you know, not all, you know, we try to fit everybody into as few boxes as we possibly can. And that kind of works, but then we also have departments that really are kind of hybrids. They don't, people don't fit, and then we have to kind of create other boxes, and that causes problems, because if you're one of the employees that is in one of those other, you know, well-used boxes, it can cause some conflict.
Yep.
So
Well,
the only issue and I always have the same thing, is that it's always the balance between, we want employees to have career paths. We keep saying that, but I also, the balance though is that if you have abilities that are beyond what we need for the job that we have, maybe we need to find you a different place to be. Than, like, we can't, you know, I don't need a CPA in a job that's not really part of what they're doing. It's nice. I mean, it's nice. It'd be nice. Well, for one thing, those don't exist anymore. I don't know what happened, but CPAs are all, they've got them locked up in a cave somewhere that they're not letting us have, but finance people. But I mean, I just use that as an example, because we do have, sometimes it's great people have abilities, but and I want to be clear, I'm not talking about this case specifically, just in general, but sometimes it's like, the job cannot grow anymore to fit your abilities. Can we find you some other place in the organization that you can continue on your career path? And then we all win from that, rather than try to create a box to fit an individual that has really great abilities. But it's like, I don't really need you to be able to do that.
I mean,
in this job.
people hate to hear it, but there's an element of truth to a job pays what a job pays. As long as you're in the market where you want to be, you know, whether you want to be at the 50th percentile or the lower end, the middle, or, you know,
right.
As long as, and the positions are created as equal as possible. We have 20 some departments. So a box called this being done in 20 different departments are not exactly the same job. So we have to find that common thread. And occasionally something is created that doesn't fit that anymore. And so that's kind of what.
But I don't want 20 different boxes.
No, I agree.
For 20 different departments.
I understand.
But the one thing that we do see is we see a lot of movement in between departments.
Yep.
Which isn't necessarily, in my mind, a bad thing at all, because we're cross-training.
Right.
We're just doing it through, rather than regular cross-training, we're doing it through, you're now there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is good.
No, I see it's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not good when it's your department losing
No,
the person, but it's good when you're the department getting the person. But ultimately, we all benefit. So thank you. I appreciate it. And I would ask if any of you have questions about the process, please come see me, and you know, I'll kind of walk you through how we do it and how it's done, and how the system works. And if you're interested,
right.
I can
Everybody survived.
Everybody survived. We'll see. I haven't left yet. We sent Lindsay out first to
You say there's a mob in the hallway.
to clear the path. You know? Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, anything else before we break for lunch? I can't wait. All right. We will adjourn for our lunch break. We will be back at 1 o'clock. I gotta go plug my.
Trying to figure out when I pulled in, what the heck's going on with
Yeah.
parking today? But then again, you'd think that a lot of those construction guys would go park over at the gas station over there. Yeah, you know, you get a couple of them parking out there, but my parking lot's empty. 18, that's not a big number.
Okay. It being 1 o'clock, I will call the regular meeting to order. We will let the record show all three commissioners are present. We will start first with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we approve the business agenda with one add-on under miscellaneous reports.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the business agenda with the one add-on under
Business?
business. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion that we approve the commissioner meeting minutes for February 23rd, 2021 as presented.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the meeting minutes. Any discussion on those? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. Which brings us to citizen comment. This is an opportunity for citizens, if you want to make a comment to the Board of Commissioners, this is your opportunity on any topic, limited to 7 minutes. So if we have folks on the phone or on the Zoom call, if you just want to raise your hand or unmute yourself, please give your name and where you live for the record, and then begin your comments. I'm not seeing, oops.
Nothing so far.
Nothing so far. Yeah, I got 2 screens. So. Wow, really? That's a.
Well, that was going to throw into my question later, since I'll steal like 2 minutes of citizen comments and nobody's using it. I was going to bring up for you guys later, since the last meeting there was 49 people on and they used up all the citizen comment, and we kind of talked about extending citizen comment. But if we find ourselves in that place again where all the comment time is taken and not everybody got to speak, I think it'd be a good idea by us to, like under board pending or something, allow people that haven't spoken, you know, and kind of earmark 5 or 10 minutes to let those people speak.
Okay.
More talk later, but
I've never had an issue with having citizen comment both before as well as at the end of the meeting, because throughout the meeting, people will find something they want to talk about.
Right.
And that's kind of my thinking, is throwing a citizen comment at the end. If you guys want to just open to everything, that's fine. If you want to just open to people that didn't comment on the morning, or, you know, in citizen comment period, that's fine. I worry that it'll be the exact same 7-minute speech, just twice now. But if people don't have enough time during this half hour, I think we need to give them more time. If we find out this half hour is plenty, then this half hour is plenty.
Yeah, I would say I'm supportive of that if it's necessary. I think we've found over the years, understanding this is a different format that we've had before, where we do have more citizens have the opportunity now than historically did. I think, yeah, I'm totally open.
But I think it's one of those, it's a different format, but I also think if and when this solar issue is ever over, it's going to kind of go back to the old way where there's 1 or 2 citizens online, and I just don't think there's going to be that much.
Right.
Oh, Dan, I think there's going to be a new issue.
Well, there's always, I mean, I sat there for years kind of thing. So, you know, you sit through the marijuana issue and it's busy for a while and then it's gone and nobody's talking about nothing. And then you sit through the 1639 and it's busy for a month. And, there's always going to be those busy for a month, but there was many times where, yeah, no, you're the only one. Right. And I think we're going to be back to the same thing here. Still nobody unmuted.
Yeah, say we're still in citizen comment, or not still.
Hey, we got one. 4901 phone number.
All right. Go ahead, please. Identify.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. This is Sherry Bosque in Houston, Washington. I sent out a question to all 3 commissioners regarding the solar ordinance. And you had said that the last we left it, you were going to tour the Primeville location, which I've heard that's been completed. And so my question to all three commissioners was to ask, I guess I could read it. Will you agree to impose a moratorium on permitting any new utility scale solar projects until Klickitat County ordinances are revised to pertain to utility scale solar projects for the entire county? And so I did get a response back by Commissioner Christopher, which thank you very much, and also by Commissioner Anderson. Thank you very much for taking your time to respond to me. I had a question. I know that this wasn't time for questions, but this is a response from Commissioner Anderson that he replied, the first thing that I did as a commissioner was to ensure that any project connected to the Knight Road substation would go through the conditional use permitting process. This will require any developer to do a full EIS for their project through the SEPA process. I guess my question is every project, every solar project that's going to be connected with the Knight Road substation, will the county require that developer to do a full EIS?
That's what it said, wasn't it?
Said
That's what it says.
it's my
It does.
understanding that they would still go through a SEPA process, but it is also my understanding that it is a big enough event that I can't understand how it could be mitigated and not be a full EIS, but I don't know. That was
Well, so
by the way.
the reason I asked for clarification is, you know, in Hewsum area, we're dealing with the under canvas, which educated me somewhat rather quickly on a SEPA process. And my understanding is a SEPA process, if it's determined non-significant, it would then not require a full EIS, such than being able to bypass that full EIS. But if the county commissioners are telling us constituents that all the solar projects that are connected to Knight Road, you will make the developer do a full EIS, I would like to confirm that's what our county will do for these projects, since we don't have any solar ordinances in place yet.
This is Commissioner Christopher, and I can't confirm that right now. I think it's still up to our planning director to go through that determination process. I am not exactly sure, so I cannot speak and answer that question right now. I would have to check. I hope they all go through a full EIS, but I can't answer the question without doing some research on it.
Okay, because I go ahead.
Tell me if I'm wrong, but when Mochi was in here, when we were talking about the Knight Road solar conditional use permit process, at the very end, she said that they would have to do an EIS right before she walked out.
I don't know. I mean, I would say in a general way that the SEPA responsible official makes the determination based on the SEPA checklist.
Right.
Whether or not, I mean, typically a large project, it's pretty typically more likely than not
Right.
that you're going to have to
that's
do
the way I interpret it.
an EIS.
I think it's up to her to determine, not us, for clarification, but I think she was hinting that because of the size of the project, she believes that's where it's headed. But I don't think there's any final, it's said right here in stone, which is, I think, what they're looking for.
Right.
On the phone we had said here in stone that it will, and I don't think there is a set here in stone. Because I heard it kind of like Dave heard it, so.
So anything that goes through the state energy facility deciding council has to do a full EIS.
Correct.
Lund Hill did a full EIS.
Correct.
All of the wind turbine projects have done an EIS, correct?
So from a experience thing,
That's what that's what I'm saying. Everybody's under the opinion that it will, but they're going to ask, write it in an ordinance that it will, or show me the law where it is. That's their next question. And I want to say, I can't show you that because Moshe has to determine that. Is my getting in front of the next question. So we're all under agreement that we believe it will be a full EIS, but it's up to Moshe to determine whether it would be a full EIS. Is that
Yeah, I mean, it's the SEPA responsible official.
right?
Is the call based on what information is provided during the checklist? They make the determination, does it trigger that it needs does it need an EIS?
I guess the only way I could think that if something wasn't going to need a full EIS is say if it was 5 acres of solar panels.
Right,
right.
2 acres of
If
solar
this was a small thing, I could see it, maybe not.
Right, but it's at some point, your determination of significance
Right.
on something that could be 200 or 1,000
Right.
acres.
My answer to her question though is I cannot speak for Moshe because Moshe is the SEPA representative that makes that determination. So I can only assume that it is, but I cannot point to fact that it will be.
She may have come on.
Well, I
So
don't know that
let's
Moshe
go.
could even say that until she got
Yeah,
everything
project by
before.
project. I want to go back to citizen comment.
Yes.
So Sherry, did you have additional comments to make?
Yes, I was enjoying your discussion, actually. It was very educational. Thank you. So what I hear you saying is that Mochi is the SEPA responsible person, and depending on her determination of the SEPA evaluation checklist will determine whether or not a full EIS will be required from a project. And at this point, being it not set in stone, again, I think that adds to the citizen concern that with ordinances, these projects will have things set in stone before they even knock on Mochi's door for determinations. So that's something, again, I think will help the whole county as these projects come into play. But I hear you saying that you can't guarantee that an EIS would be developed. And as we know, there's no, at this time set in stone, what triggers an EIS. And certainly Under Canvas project didn't trigger an EIS. And we all know where that's sitting right now and where it sits with the citizens and how we're appealing and how we're now, digging into our pocket to appeal because we don't feel the SEPA evaluation checklist was done properly or had misinformation and was missing information, which did not trigger an EIS. So just to put it on record, Commissioner Anderson did state that the developer would do a full EIS for the projects related to the Knight Road substation. I would like the county to look into that. And if we can't have a sound answer for what does trigger an EIS in our county, maybe we can, again, talk about how we tighten up some ordinances. I would appreciate that. And as you know, there is I don't know if you know, but a petition that we are asking, and for people on the line, there is a petition that we are asking the commissioners to look at our ordinances and see, what development regulations are in place. As our county grows, it's best for everybody involved, the citizens, the rural setting that we live in, the companies coming in. So again, I ask that we look at the solar ordinances and county codes of ordinances for development regulations. So I just wanted to put that on record about the EIS because an EIS is a big thing, as we know. It costs money for these developers to do an EIS. That's why they don't want to do them. And that could trigger them not being approved if something shows up on those. So I just wanted to bring that to the county attention, and this is something that I would like you guys to look into of what triggers an EIS in our county. So thank you for your time this afternoon and your education.
Thank you. Okay, we are still in citizen comment. If there are others.
There's a Maine that had a phone unlocked, but it's closed now.
No.
Still have Deacon.
Deacon's on the
Okay.
hand up.
Okay. Yes, Deacon, you have your hand raised. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you once again, commissioners, for the opportunity. Deacon Letnich with Laborers Local 335 out of Vancouver. Just wanted to thank the commissioners for any consideration in regard to bringing family wage jobs to Klickitat County, and to again offer the local support in any way appropriate and necessary with the commission to look into or facilitate moving forward on any family wage projects in Klickitat County. And again, thank you for your time, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you. Did you have Commissioner Christopher?
Deacon, this is Commissioner Christopher. I got a question for you, or maybe a homework assignment if you're game.
Yes, sir.
Is there any way you can look into and or find out how many union employees you have that currently live in Klickitat County that are part of this electrical union? And provide that information to the board if you can have it or find it or know it or any of that for future.
Absolutely. I can definitely have a firm number for you next Tuesday.
Perfect.
And then just point of clarity, I represent the laborers. The electricians would have the information in regard to their trade. I know it probably just a misspeak, but I always like to make sure I'm representing.
Oh, thank you for the clarification. And yeah, so how many, I mean, we know there's going to be, 200 to 300 jobs. The curiosity and the question raised by the constituents is how many of those people live in the county, or how many are going to be working here from Vancouver? Valid question, but I thought we could answer part of that for the people by informing them how many actually union workers actually live in this county like that. So thank you.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. I will come prepared with that information next Tuesday.
Whenever you got time, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Here we are still in citizen comment. Either raise your hand if you're on the Zoom format, or unmute yourself if you wish to make a comment. Man,
Nothing.
not seeing anything.
I see a bunch of people, but
Yep.
they're all just listening.
Sure they are.
There's one.
Elaine's up.
Oh, Elaine, go ahead.
Yeah, Elaine Harvey, 435 Hill Road, Goldendale. I was just wondering about the wildlife mitigation for the Lund Hill Solar Project. I know there's a pot of money set aside for the wildlife in that area. And I want to know how is that funds going to be spent? And I'll send this in an email again to Jacob Anderson and Dave McClure. But, that wildlife and fish are getting impacted from this project, and they will be impacted in all these green energy projects such as the water pump storage and the proposed night. And that's a grave concern for me because I'm a fish biologist and I'm concerned for the environment, for wildlife and fish, and a lifetime resident of Klickitat County and also a tribal member from the Rock Creek Band. So, I have a lot of concern for the wildlife and fish. They were here before we were here. Anybody was here. They have a right to live. They have a right for habitat. And so I know this Lund Hill project is impacting all the wildlife in that area, the mammals, the birds, and the fish. And it is not fair that these green energy projects, I don't really call them green. Green energy is supposed to have environmental justice. And the Lund Hill project is injustice to the environment, to the two watersheds, to Pine Creek and Wood Creek. And I'm concerned about the Knight Road project because you got creeks there, you got wetlands, and there's, like I already mentioned before, numerous species of mammals, birds that reside in that area and will be impacted. And so I am an advocate for wildlife and fish. So, and I'm going to email Jacob and Dave McClure again about that mitigation pot and what's going to happen. Because with the previous wind farm, the Goodnoe wind farms, I remember that a pot of money was set aside and land was set aside for wildlife mitigation in Rock Creek. And I'm glad Bill Weiler was on board at the time as a state biologist and recommended that this land be preserved for wildlife mitigation. And since I work in Rock Creek, I know that 200 acres or however many acres it is reserved for wildlife, and it's a good piece of land that I can say that, you know, it's productive steelhead habitat and steelhead rear there and spawn there. So using that money for wildlife is important. And so that's my comment and for today. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Harvey. Commissioner Anderson.
Elaine, I'm going through my emails right now. You sent the question on February 2nd. It looks as if Mochi responded back to you on February 9th, and Dave McClure responded back to you on February 10th. Yes, there is mitigation funds set aside that is currently held by the county, and it is in the form of $300,000. I know that in the next couple of months, I think there's supposed to be discussion on what to do with that mitigation pot. I can't find that email, but I
Who
thought I
makes
saw
that decision and where's that discussion?
Well, I think you're looking at it.
Well, as I said,
Ultimately, it'll be here.
Just making sure it wasn't some natural resources committee or something that got appointed, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there will be more coming on that, Elaine.
Get in the loop, unfortunately.
If you have thoughts on what
The
you
word of the day.
think that money would be used for or should be used for, Elaine, it would be great if you could email Dave McClure your thoughts and feelings on that.
Yeah, I can do that. I can send some ideas of areas in the county or some ideas for mitigation.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we are still in citizen comment. So either raise your hand or unmute yourself and give us your name and your comments. I got 3 screens to scroll through, so give me a second.
Mine all update immediately and there's nothing there.
Okay. Well,
Come on, people.
I never
say something.
trust.
I think that once they raise their hand, they should come to the top.
Yep.
Yeah, they're supposed to.
You got
Phone
one.
I would like to make a comment.
Go ahead.
Rosefield Dimick, 55 Tucker Hill Road. I'm sorry, I apologize, commissioners. It's really hard for people who are just on the phone and don't have access to the Zoom. One of you had just mentioned 200 jobs were going to come from this, and I would just like to ask where you got that information. On January 14th, Dave McClure had mentioned that he had found no data supporting solar jobs for the county, and that contradicts what was just said. So I wanted to know where that information came from. The SEPA checklist that was done for the lease proposal for Knight Road said 2 to 15 jobs. That seems very inflated. I just wanted to know how that number came about.
Commissioner Christopher.
This is Commissioner Christopher. I'm the one that said that, and it is a number out of my own head, not off of anywhere, based on our Prineville tour of 200 people, essentially about building their project and then 2 workers left behind to run their project. So I'm trying to figure out how many of the, if we have 200 building our project, how many of them actually live here in Klickitat County? How many are going to be coming in from Vancouver to build it, like all the out of area people that are building our county services building out here? That's where I was going with my.
So when they use 200 workers put together this project, they could also be including payroll and headquarter employees, even maybe perhaps a person who puts a sticker on the solar panel, right? So
fully aware of that, yes.
Yeah.
Yep, fully
So
aware of that. We're going to classify it as any person at all.
Pardon?
I said I'm fully aware that they're going to classify it as any person at all. But again, it's a made up number because it's out of my head. We have not heard this number from any of our developers that are developing here or our own economic development. It's just a ballpark number that I just made up.
So we have Washington State's largest solar farm, Lund Hill in Bickleton, which is in our county. Is there not a number put together for the number of actual labor union workers that are working on that project currently? Is that number not available?
I was out there myself on Friday and drove by that project, and I can tell you the number of employees or workers I saw out there just driving the road was about 60, I would say. We would have to check with the company itself to see if they would like to provide us that information.
When we attended the Prineville location, the first facility that we visited was under construction, and there were a total of 5 vehicles out front of their facility. So I would find it very hard to believe that there was 60 workers on that facility that fit into 5 vehicles. That's just one of the oppositions that we have as far as like educating people, is that there's this hyperinflated number of jobs that are expected to come to this area, and that's simply not true, and it's backed by a lot of assumptions. And
Miss Demick, just a minute. I got to clear that, because let's all tell the truth. That is true. That project is under construction. It's done under construction. I can tell you for myself, when I was there 6 weeks prior, when they were still wrapping things up, the parking lot was full of vehicles. And so, yes, I don't doubt. I mean, we were all there. There probably was only 5 vehicles in the parking lot, but it was pretty much there. You didn't see any activity going on there. They're done. So to say that there was only 5, I don't know what the number is going to be, or as far as for construction jobs, but it's certainly going to likely would be more than 5 people building. I think if we go out to Lund Hill now, there's probably more than 5 people working on that
As I
job.
said, I just drove by and there was 60 or so, and they
Right.
even put a post in the ground yet.
So
when
let's
they
tell
start
the
putting
truth.
Posts in the ground, I would assume there might be more than 60, but they were everywhere out there, and they're just leveling land.
Commissioner Anderson?
In essence, to clear the air, I think it's easy to understand how, based on the type of building that you're doing, there's a certain number of man hours that are required. That could be 200 people all in one day doing so many man hours, but in the end, it comes down to the total number of man hours to put a project together. And as you move up in megawatts and as you move up in size, that total number of man hours is going to go up. The main part, I think, and the most important thing that people need to know is that the total number of full-time jobs after it's been built is a small number.
Right.
Just like the full-time number of jobs that are built on the Google plant, in maintaining a Google plant, is a small number. But building that Google plant, that's been going on now for 10 years, thereabouts, has employed a lot of people throughout that time frame. And it comes down to the total number of man hours. So I'm sorry, Ms. Dimick, that if you were confused about what Commissioner Christopher was saying, but I think that's the easiest way moving forward to talk about it, is how many man hours does it take to build a project?
Right.
Right, and I just feel as we move into projects that are going to be taking over the countryside of Klickitat, and we consider, the pros and cons to these projects, it's going to be beneficial for us to, collect this data. I feel that the economic department has access to that data, and it would be helpful to provide accurate data to our residents, so that we can learn the full scope of these projects and find out, whether there is local jobs available right now. I mean, if we have a large project like the one that we have happening in Bickleton right now, it would be, helpful if our local residents could have access to those jobs. It might be, it just helps kind of weigh the pros and cons of bringing these projects to these areas. And it also clarifies and reduces, it helps with transparency, because like I said, in January, we were told that there was no data provided that could provide for jobs for this area. Yet, now we're hearing, numbers from 60 to 200. And I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to be clear, I don't disagree with you. I would like to know how many local jobs are actually coming out of the projects. I think that's a really relevant piece of information that we should know. Still citizen comment. I saw a hand raised.
Deacon was up for a second and then went back down, but I'm worried about letting a second.
Yeah, I'm
person
not
talk,
gonna, and it's now, I'm
because
sorry.
then other seconds would want to talk.
Right,
so.
and so I'm,
It's 1:30, sir.
and it's also 1:30.
With that said, would you mind, before, or after the elected officials report update, including a public comment session, if anybody wants that?
That's fine.
At approximately 2:30?
Yeah, we will, if there are more folks, we're out of public comment time, but we will, we'll have some more time. I would say we would be open to having the additional, for folks that have not already spoken, at around 2:30, when we have some of our other business taken care of. With that, I'm going to close public comment period for now, and I'm going to move us on to the time being 1:30, a time we've set aside for public hearings, public meetings, and bid openings. We have 3 items in that. We first have a bid opening. This is for the purchase of liquid asphalt for the 2021 paving season. So it looks like we've received some bids.
Mr. Chairman, we have an engineer's estimate of $600,000 for 2021 annual road oil. We have 3 bidders that have submitted bids. We have Albina Asphalt, 801 Main Street, Vancouver, Washington. Do I need to check for a bond or anything?
No,
not for liquid asphalt.
for liquid asphalt.
And Dave, he's got the extra copies. I didn't hand them out.
Oh, sorry.
Page 4 there.
Common problems. Bidding packet. Okay. Albina Asphalt has a bid amount of $543,000, $543,041. Oops, sorry. We also have Idaho Asphalt Supply. They have a total of $650,617.78.
Mr. Commissioner, could you please let us know where these companies are from?
Oh, sorry. Idaho Asphalt Supply is from Hauser, Idaho. Hauser. Sorry. Did it right the first time, I think. Third bidder is Ergon Asphalt Emulsions from Pasco, Washington. And
out of order.
Their total is $592,497.
All over the place.
Yeah. I did notice that there was another additional page on Idaho Asphalt and Supply. It was for overnight costs and handling and stuff.
I stole your sheet if you know it.
It's okay.
I didn't put the numbers down, so.
It's okay. Okay, I would entertain a motion to return these to Public Works for review and a recommendation.
I will make a motion that we return them to Public Works for review and a recommendation.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion and a second on to return these. All those in favor say aye.
All right.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed.
Quick question, did you guys, are these normal? I mean, Albina, we always get, but you ever had Idaho before or?
Idaho, my first year I worked for the county, they did road oil. They're always high. And Aragon used to be Western States, and we've used them several times.
I said, I haven't heard of the Idaho before, so.
There's actually a place in Vancouver, BC that bugs us, but they never put in a bid. I don't know how they could haul the oil down here.
Well, that's what my thinking was for Idaho, is like, that's a lot of trucking. Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, our next order of business is another bid opening for improvements to 1.14 miles of Old Mountain Road, CRP 350, by clearing right-of-way improvements to horizontal and vertical alignments, installing drainage, surfacing, fencing, permanent signing, and all other work in accordance with the contract plans, provisions, and standard specifications. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, we have a total of 4 bids for the Old Mountain Road CRP 350. The engineer's estimate is $1,224,900. We will. First up, we have Mike McClung Construction Company out of Buckley, Washington.
That's a new name.
Okay, so the addendum 1, 6 of 8, written on 1. Okay, bid bond is 3.
So addendum 1 was acknowledged.
Addendum 1 was acknowledged. The proposed bond is in force. Sheet 2. Total bid price is $1,572,098.
While we're waiting, Gordy, remind me again how many miles of road this is?
About a little over a mile.
Okay. Bid number 2. It is signed. The addendum number 1.
Can you, Commissioner Anderson, the who and the where are they from?
Oh, sorry.
Just for the
This
note
one
takers.
is Grade Works out of Goldendale, Washington. And the addendum is in place. The proposed bond is in place. And their total bid is $1,375,863.18. Next bid is James Dean Construction Incorporated out of White City, Washington. The addendum is signed. Bond is in place. And the cost is $1,536,083.20. Our last is Lee Contractors LLC. They are at a battleground. Their addendum is signed. Their proposed bond is in place. And their bid is $1,999,629.
Sir, would you please repeat that last one?
The price,
Yes, sir.
I don't have the fence, so you might have to look at it.
I'll get it. $1,999,629.
No sense.
No cents.
Thank you.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to send this back to the Public Works Department for a recommendation.
I would second that.
We have a motion and a second to return the bids to Public Works for review and a recommendation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is we have a public meeting to consider approval of short plat SPL 2020-13. The applicants are Nathan and Janice Bell. Go
Okay,
ahead.
It's Denise in the planning department. Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
First, I'd like to ask Lee if she did receive the 2-page Mylar.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so this is a short plat numbered SPL 2020-13 is a proposal to create 2 lots from parcel 04-11-3108-0101/00. The proposed short plat is in the Houston vicinity. The administrative review of this short plat has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from the Road Health Planning and Treasurer's Office. All conditions attached to the preliminary approval have been met. If the board finds that it's in the public's interest to approve this short plat, a motion needs to be made granting final approval of SPL 2020-13 applicants Nathan and Janice Bell.
Thank you. Any questions for staff?
I don't have any.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Sounds like. Okay,
With that, I would make a motion that we accept the short plat SPL 2020-13.
Second motion.
okay, I have a motion and a second to approve short plat SPL 2020-13. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. Thanks, Denise.
Thank you. Lee, I'll pick that up sometime around 3.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're gonna need another one of those. Sorry, Ray Thayer, I'm gonna have to check your pen.
Oh, they've been checked many times.
Well, that one's got his name on it though. I know.
Whoa.
Jimmy
Wow,
was-
that is the original.
Jimmy was that one this whole way through.
Yeah, you better,
No.
you better mail that out to
Continue
Ray.
that, but it just isn't working on there.
I don't know how that was.
Must have been lost for a while. Sharon, nice to see you.
Hi, nice to see you. Not on Zoom this time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, next we have Senior Services Director Sharon Carter with a department update. I enjoyed our senior advisory meeting last Friday.
Yeah.
They were, Shelley Baxter always puts me through my paces.
Well, and that was one of the items too that I
Oh, we have some follow-up?
No, just in terms of advisory board appointments and membership, because I know there's been discussion on an application that we actually have somebody who attended last meeting, online meeting, that's interested in a position on the advisory board. And I had talked with the advisory board before about that there might be changes with how the process has been done. Because usually it's just been with us, somebody expresses an interest in that, you know, we're usually advertising too when we have openings in our newsletter as well as sometimes in the local paper. And then those that are interested, we invite them to attend meetings and share why they're interested in joining the advisory board, and the advisory board existing members then make a recommendation for an appointment by the Board of Commissioners. And right now we have a couple of openings, and they are in the bylaws indicate that we have a member of 9 members with the preference to have at least 2 from each district. And right, we've had a couple of openings really on District 3. We do have 1 existing member serving on there, but we haven't had any other interest. We've had advisory board members reaching out. We've advertised in the newsletter multiple times. So the newest person that's expressed an interest is from District 1 as well. So they would still meet the requirements of the bylaws, but it leaves us still with just 1 member serving from District 3 and then a vacancy. And so I didn't know if we needed to wait to have the application to proceed, or if it was the advisory board had wanted to request this other person be appointed, if I could proceed with that. So I didn't know kind of where we were at in the process.
I would be curious of what we do want to do with this, because this is a little different circumstance than our typical where we're filling our boards. The senior advisory board, as you said, there's actually bylaws for the advisory board. As you'd said, historically, they
make a
choose,
recommendation
and then
to
they
the
send us, and we verify, we're advise and consent.
And we hate to pass up on people that are interested, because a lot of times we get where it's really hard to get people to commit to serve on the board and participate. So we're very excited that we have somebody who has the person isn't himself a senior, which is under our bylaws, it needs to be 51% of the board needs to be 60 or older. And we have 1 other current board member that's younger, that works in the field of aging, services. And then this gentleman has a background in healthcare administration and nursing facilities. So he's got a good knowledge base and background in history, and is also been a caregiver in terms of dealing with family issues and that too, which is often what our area agency on aging is looking for participation as well. And so we hate to pass up on taking advantage of his interest in serving on the advisory board and participating, but I didn't know if
So if I go ahead.
This is to fill the District 2 vacancy, or are you trying to?
Well, it's just to add.
Vacancy?
Well, there's only, if the bylaws say we need at least 2 from each district. Out of 9 members, we need at least.
So right now, by looking at the list, there
Uh-huh.
is 3 current from District 1, 3 current from District 2.
Correct.
District 3 only has 1 out of 3.
Correct.
And you're trying to.
So if we were equally doing just by district, we would look at, and that's where we've been requesting and seeking more people is from District 3, but we haven't had any people that are interested in committee. We've had some people express it and then decide that they just don't have the time available to commit to serve. And so it wouldn't be against the bylaws to accept another member that's from another district as long as the next person is definitely from District 3, because there needs to be at least 2 from each district.
Well, as the District 3 guy, I have one person that's real close on that, to throwing their name in that hat. Personally, I would rather see the seat be vacant than be filled by someone in a different district. At least if it's vacant, it can then be filled if I find somebody for District 3 versus now District 3 is underrepresented, whatever, you know the word, for a year or 2 years till that term expires. So personally, I'd rather have the seat vacant than over by the other, but so I would be a no on that, but you guys are free to do what you want.
And historically, initially, the bylaws had been changed a number of years ago because it was actually 12 members on the advisory board, but we couldn't ever get 12.
Right, and that's
Just wasn't consistent. So then it was reduced to 9 and wanting to have more representation among.
And I guess I would say the reason why I would say I would prefer to leave it vacant for now is because I honestly don't think I'm gonna have problems filling that in the future, but with COVID the way it is, it's hard to contact, it's hard to reach out, it's hard to find people that want to get involved right now. So I'd hate to plug a seat that isn't needed to be plugged and then not have the ability to have that District 3, which in my opinion has more seniors than the other 2 districts, underrepresented on this board.
So there is a vacancy for that one that says District 2 too.
No, but that's because there was 4 for District 2.
Oh, okay.
So now that that's vacant, it's down to 3, just like District 1. And District 3 has 3.
So your goal then would be to fill District 3 with 2 people.
Ideally,
And have
long
3
term
on
3,
each.
so it'd be
So that
3,
would be
3, and
3
3.
for each
You would have equal representation.
What is our closing date for applications?
We don't have one via board policy.
This initial search
Yeah.
was the 12th.
It's the 12th. So to follow our policy, wouldn't it be a good idea to see who applies? And if this person sends in their name, and if you have somebody send in their name, and maybe you'd have somebody else from District 3 send in their name, then we could.
It's under my interpretation of the policy that people can turn in applications throughout the year whenever they want.
Right.
We put this kind of rush on our own tentative date on the 12th because we were trying to fill planning and board of adjustments, not senior. So if you want to put a rush on senior and natural resources and everybody else, so in other words, if nobody's applied by Tuesday or by the 12th, we're no longer accepting that application.
No, it's just a first review is how I tried to classify it.
You guys can do what you want. I would prefer to leave that open until I have time to get to it.
I thought we were accepting applications for everything.
We are. I mean, we're always accepting.
And we've been seeking for
And
positions
I mean,
for
and
some time.
that is a
And we will
relevant piece of
go-
information, is the Senior Advisory Council has been looking, there's a reason there's 2 vacancies in District 3, is that they have been trying to fill those and have been unable.
I have one, it's just a family member, and I am trying not to, even though she really, really wants on, I am trying not to do that because I'm afraid it would look weird. So that's one of my holdups. But again, I normally go over to the seniors. It's closed, everything's closed. It's hard to find them. It's hard to talk to them. I'm just requesting time. If this is something that you think, oh boy, we really need somebody on there because we just can't live without them, then do what you need to do.
Well, I do, adds what the Area Agency on Aging and Disability of Southwest Washington is also seeking additional, they actually have a vacancy currently on the ADSWA Advisory Council as well. And I know they've advertised and we've been, I've encouraged even some of our advisory board members that may be interested to participate. And I could talk with, Mr. Carmichael, who's was interested, and they were interested in recommending. I could talk with him about the ADSWA.
Right, because I would hate to
Advisory
lose
Council
somebody.
too, and their process, because currently we do have a gentleman from Goldendale on that, as well as a person from Waukaicus, Lyle.
Right.
And then they are,
Looking for somebody. Yeah, that would maybe be.
Yeah, and so I
hate to
could,
turn somebody away.
I
from
could talk
that
with
stuff.
him about that.
I understand I hate to turn somebody away, but I also feel like the seniors in my district live in a hill, live in the woods. They don't get any news. They don't Facebook. They don't internet. They read the paper. We've had no ad in the paper about these board openings. Our ad.
They get the senior newsletter.
Most seniors don't, believe it or not, which is something that needs to be pushed on the senior advisory board. And I've had this discussion with a few of them. But we have not had our advertising that we're going to do for the paper for this until next week, and it'll be good for 2 days, and then it closes. So I don't think we've reached out. We have not been able to reach out to seniors, which is why I'm asking for just a smidge more time.
Right. And I'm actually fine with. I'm actually fine with. I'm fine with, because I think the goal should be to have equal representation across the county. That is certainly the goal. I will be, if we're 2 or 3 months out and we can't get anybody, it's not enough. I've said this before, we're one county. And I know if we go back and look through the history of that council, the numbers have moved around from one, and it wasn't like when it wasn't the other that it was being done. There was a time where there were more people from District 3 on that than there was from District 2. They used to be super active, and it wasn't like my people were unserved.
Right. I'm just trying to keep it as equal as possible. And I'm just asking for a little time, because I don't think those seniors have been notified that this thing even exists.
Right. And I'm fine with that. I agree. I think you should be.
So with that being said, though, it would still be great if this person who is interested would fill out the application and get it submitted. Because you might look and you might say.
Oh, I
there's
always
3
say that.
people.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
So that's.
I tell everybody, I don't care if the seat's not open for 4 years. Fill out
And
an
the application is online, as it's, okay. I didn't realize.
But I would
that
encourage
it was-
them, I would at least check with them and see, because we do need a seat. And I guess on ADSWA, and that would be, because our current members on that board, we have one from District 3, one from District 2, Lyle.
And they just said
they're
any,
from-
but
Right, it doesn't matter, but in that
Klickitat
spirit
County.
of, this person is from District 1, so there you go.
Game, it's a perfect fit.
Yeah. If they're game.
If they're not, have them fill out an application for this. And like I said, I just want a little bit of time.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with over pushing a district. I just want a smidge of time to try to make it an even.
Well, and that's why I wanted to make sure, based on, because in our afternoon was covering advisory board membership, and they requested to submit his name, and I said, well, I needed to determine, because I knew we were in process of a different.
As far as I'm concerned, if there's people that come to that board and say, hey, I want to serve, by all means, hand them an application and turn it in. I'm going to listen to the people on that board. If this person that you're talking about was a District 3 person, I'd say sign them up. I don't even didn't know the name. Don't care, sign them up. So I'm gonna listen to that board for their input. So yeah, definitely have him throw an application and give me a little bit of time on this one. If you don't get him seated on the other one, he may still end up being on this one.
And we have members that just participate.
Yeah.
I mean, people that participate as just the public
Sure.
and giving, you know, at our meetings.
Sure.
And
Well, that's what I
so
was going to
you can
throw,
continue
tell my
to,
family members to do is start going to the meetings down in Dallasport and participating as a bystander to make sure you want
yeah.
an
And
official
we're
name and a ring, you know.
currently doing all online.
That's true, you're Zoom
Yeah,
meetings.
and phone. So.
Okay, let's move this along.
Okay.
Sorry.
So the other item that I wanted to talk about was I guess, the potential, if this is something for the board to consider, is so I have my current bookkeeper, finance person is looking at having their significant other maybe doing a residency program for their employment, to have to leave and wants to be able to go with this person. And potentially what I wondered is if there's the possibility of doing a telework option for a staff person in this particular position. We already with COVID have really established being able to do all of our finance and accounting pieces that my bookkeeper does remotely, because of having quarantine and all that. We've been able to function extremely well with that. So IT wise, that person's set up in that, but I know we don't actually, as a county, have a telework policy or process if that was to go ongoing. I know with COVID, there's been approvals and emergency options for this, but my concern with replacing this position, so I had, my previous bookkeeper had been over 20 years in the position and retired, and it was very difficult we did not have a lot of applicants for the position when it came open. And my current bookkeeper has done an excellent job in terms of learning. It took a lot of time and training because my finances for senior services, because of all our different grants and programs, are pretty complicated. And so she has actually learned a tremendous amount, done a great job in, figuring out a very difficult position. And then on top of that, having the fact that just kind of looking at trying to recruit again, based on the experience I'm having right now of some open positions that I'm getting 0 applications for, like absolutely nothing. I have tremendous concern about being able to fill that position, even if we were to advertise it, and then to spend another significant amount of time trying to train. And I don't have my retired person here training for several months, I don't know that she would have that time to spend, to train. And in addition to that, she has actually accomplished even more in this year in terms of our conversion. One of the issues that was a goal, and I know Glenn, we talked about as us getting off that Mass 90 system, which is a system that helped with some of our grant backup tracking and reporting, where we were using Kayenta and Mass 90. Well, she has been able, with working with Pam in the Kayenta system, and also the auditor's office, where we are fully functional with Kayenta for our financials and our backup for our different grant reporting, where we don't have to have that Mass 90 program that we were praying was going to continue to operate. And she's been able to do all that, with everything going on. And I'm very confident, in her ability to do remote work. I do know, obviously, there's a lot to look at, human resource wise, legal wise, but I didn't even want to research that if that wasn't an option. I wanted to find out if it was a potential option for us, because the plan would be, what her desire would be to do, and my desire would be, is if she were to be able to do remote work for this year, residency, and then be back, because the plan is to come back to this area. And so I would still have this position and this person that I know is very competent and capable.
I guess I think you just clarified one of my questions. How long has this person been there?
So this person, it will be 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah.
And they're requesting the ability to do this through the rest of 2021, back on site living in the county of 2022-ish.
Correct.
Anderson, thoughts?
I've worked remote for almost a year, and it's amazing how much more work you can get done when you're not in the office. I don't have a problem.
Yeah, I would say I would defer to the director, and we all have a year of experience of kind of doing this. And I would say particularly, and I know the difficulty you will have filling that position, and especially if your hope is that the person that's been here 2 years is up to speed, will continue, wants to come back.
Yes.
But this is a temporary, relatively temporary.
Yeah.
I would be supportive unless there's some reason. I don't understand. We have accounting, outside accounting that they do it all remotely. The state auditor conducted this year's audit completely remotely.
And they, the MSRC has some very good policies and procedures already in place, that there's counties, cities, different ones that have those in place. And obviously we, outline very specific parameters, and even it would be looking at potentially, okay, we're going to see this as, a probationary year to make sure that you're meeting our needs, we're meeting your needs, that kind of thing. And again, the legalities in terms of human resources and that I want to check, but I didn't want to pursue that if it wasn't something that you were amenable to.
Well, and to me, it checks the boxes. I don't want to enact a new county policy where everybody can just work from home for the rest of their life. I want to employ people that live in Klickitat County over other counties, but I understand the scenario, and so I can sign off on the scenario. I guess I'd say I want to make it clear to the other departments that at least myself is not setting a trend.
Right.
In allowing them to come in and do this constantly. This is a special request and a special occasion. And
I truly, this person is somebody who's like born and raised here, local, loves this area, wants to be back here. So I feel like that's more versus, okay, I'm just trying to
not have to drive
work out this for, and it's very selfish on my part, because I cannot imagine having to, because that's going to be me again, having to do all that and try to get another person to understand all our different complicated pieces. And I wouldn't, there's very limited options in my department that I would have ever considered. And this, in terms of a person being able to fully telework, because most of the positions within my department require and are involving that in-person and that physical availability. This is one position that can be done really completely remotely.
Yeah, my biggest concern, I guess, is IT and security.
Right.
And if they're good with it and don't have a problem with it, then
and I
that
did,
alleviates
I did have a conversation with Jeff just to, because we've talked and he set us up with so many of our different remote pieces. And I had a conversation with him about what, because with Kayenta, and he said, Jamie is fully ready to go, already been doing that, which I knew, but he didn't have any concerns about the security pieces because those are already in place. We already have. And we talked too about just even, phone, being able to use the soft phone system where you can actually do calls through the computer. So it's not like though Jamie's having to call a lot of people, most of our communication is with those within departments, within the county. And that can be done also through, email and Google Chat and those different platforms. But there is also the soft phone system where there's actual phone calls that can be made through the computer. And it's, with connection. So he did not have any concerns in that regard.
Well, I think you gotta give it a try.
You checked all the boxes that I had questions
Right.
about.
That's,
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
I
being
would,
really
I would
right
add
now,
too,
thinking 'cause
especially
I'm-
with the, it's likely that you're gonna be seeing some additional grant dollars come in with the COVID, the latest thing. That's not the time to, it's already gonna be a strain on a system that's already up and running. Much less, we're starting with somebody that has no clue what they're doing.
and it's, I
'Cause
mean,
it's gonna
and
be
Jamie
new.
will tell you, it's taken her, she feels more just really even in this, more confident about understanding the different pieces, because there's so many weird pieces within her. A lot of people start glazing over within the first 5 minutes of talking about some of our programs and sources of funds and how that's, and so, and the fact that she's been such a go-getter in getting us off of that Mass 90 system and into Kayenta, because that was a goal, 13 years ago when I came on board.
Yes.
And so I'm extremely confident in her ability to do remote work as well, because during COVID, there weren't any issues in terms of us, processing payroll. We have, we're a department that has a lot of employees out in the field and that too, and I've been able to manage all that. So
Not that it's totally pertinent, but what city is this relocation taking place?
that's a bit undetermined yet because of it's a residency program for a doctor or somebody who, and so it depends on, it's between a couple of locations and where they get matched. They don't know.
It can be anywhere in the whole US for that matter.
So, well, there are 2 prime locations right now that they're looking between.
Okay.
So, so we'll know more. It's
No, I was just trying to think if this is somewhere regional or.
Well,
this is
one
Iowa.
would be still within, one option is still within, is regional, is within, and also the state, and one is out of state. So,
okay.
Not that that's necessarily any of our business. I was just
Yeah.
trying to figure out chances of them actually coming back in here.
and that one, they still have, they have a home and that here, and they have very much ties here, and the desire and plan is, and that, and their significant other's interest wants to permanently work in this area as well. And I think there's always positions for physicians.
Yeah, and that could be a benefit there, so.
Yeah, so, and I can just then pursue with HR and,
HR and see.
and follow the next steps on how any agreements in that. Okay.
No,
And,
they
I can talk with
weren't
them.
monitoring apparently. I kept waiting for the.
Yeah, and and so I'll talk with Megan and Rob, and then we'll take the next steps. But I appreciate that because it's a very much a load off.
Yes.
That this is a prospect, and I think there's a lot of things in place already with other counties and cities and that too that we can copy from. So
okay.
So that's the main items that I had for today, and I think I'm done with my time.
Any
So
questions
if
for Sharon, Senior Services?
No.
Okay.
Okay,
Great,
thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Takes us to consent. Really have any issues with the consent agenda?
I didn't, so I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda with all 6 items.
Second the motion.
Okay, I got a motion and a second on the consent agenda, all 6 items. Any discussion? There being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. Consent. We can pay the bills. And, he was monitoring. You were just psychic?
Should I have been?
We were talking about it.
Yeah. Now Sharon asked about, I don't know if she'd had a discussion with you about her bookkeeping position is, and we are supportive of them. Her significant other has to be out of county on a residency for like a year, and they would like to work remotely, so telework, and we thought, yeah. So
she asked and you approved and it's all done.
well, no, we sent her across the hall. That's where we sent her. We on a policy global way, we support. Unless there's some you go, oh God, you don't want to do that.
So we question IT and we question you, and so.
You sent her where?
Where? She's doing what? We're like, well, it's not like we haven't had experience last year, people working remotely.
Otherwise, we'll just say it's Russell.
Yeah, I think you can.
Oh, I'm stalling for time because Dave McClure and Richard want to come over. I suggested they come over. EDA contacted them about resubmitting for the airport project Monday, because Senator Murray, none of us know if it's part of where the money's coming from, if it's part of this COVID funding. So he didn't want to submit it without. So basically, what near as I could tell is it just, he doesn't have to wait till the next federal fiscal year to submit the project for funding, is that he has the opportunity to submit it. So I think he's on his way over to at least see if you have any. He wants to coordinate with the county and all the things that Jen was talking about today, and money coming in and going around. And
This is money that is getting directed with the passage of the bill to the airport.
That we don't know. I'm not sure of this order. No, I was just stalling for you.
Okay.
I told him what I knew, and that wasn't much.
Okay.
Elucidate.
Just wow us there.
Just make sure as you're doing it, you're educated.
Yeah.
Our best shadow.
Yeah.
Okay. So Brian Stebbins with Senator Murray's staff sent an email to senators looking for a list of projects that might get supported with the new federal legislation. We have been working on the airport grant for doing the infrastructure and the building for the community college aircraft maintenance. We were put on hold or rejected temporarily, and we're thinking we would be reapplying after the start of the new federal fiscal year. Richard got a call yesterday from the EDA, and they were suggesting that we put the project in again this fiscal year, which is unusual. And we're believing that that's because they may think that it qualifies within this funding
money
pot.
for aviation.
Start, yeah. So, before we submit it as a project for that list, I wanted to check with you and see if I'm not sure of the process for submitting things to Senator Murray. We can do it. I just want to make sure we're not getting crossways with whatever the county is doing more broadly in terms of proposing money for this pots of money that are coming out, if there is anything.
First question, is this for Murray, is this with the legislation that just passed, or is this for the new transportation bill that looks like they're trying to push next? Which one's she asking for?
Do you remember the transportation?
I think it was the transportation.
I think. So this is the next big bill is what she's looking for money. But Commerce, on the other hand, wants you to apply for this fiscal year for the money that probably got directed under the bill that just passed.
Right. This is federal EDA, and we're guessing as to their motive as to this. Again, we think it's because they believe they can get it qualifying for some of the money that's coming out. Which pot of money, I don't know.
So just to clarify. So we got the email from Brian Stebbins from Murray's, but you also got a call from EDA saying you need to resubmit. So this really is two different things.
Right.
It could be, but they might be drawn from the same pot of money.
Senator Murray could build a bridge.
Yeah.
And it's also one of those things that
if they're tracking that on it from the senator point of view, and it comes across the federal EDA's kind of desk, then it's gonna be more likely that it's gonna be approved from the investment review committee.
Clarification question. This wouldn't be any of our money coming out of our 4.2 million.
No.
This is totally separate, totally right.
Jen, are we tracking correctly in your mind on what you see? Is that the potential? It could be.
Yes, I think the state is being preemptive and proactive. They know that they can't get any less than what they receive for the CRF funds. They will get at least that and then some. So my guess is exactly that they're planning ahead and trying to get things put together. It would not come out of our 4.3 million.
In this budget, this proposal would be funded by the federal EDA. It's not going to the department. Correct. State Department.
Okay.
And it is, I would like to reiterate, it is pretty unusual. Just a couple days ago, I was telling Lee we were gonna wait till October to basically reapply. And then once I spoke with Laura yesterday evening, I thought I was going crazy, but I spoke to a few other folks that were in the meeting with us. And it looks like they backtracked. So typically it's their policy that they won't see the same project twice in the same fiscal year.
Right.
And they specifically mentioned they're not gonna see it 3 times in the same fiscal year. And then they came back and said,
okay, apparently they are.
When can you get this project back in and answer our questions? And I was like, well,
This
I thought I had
project
till
was
October, but let's maybe shoot for May. Is that reasonable? So
on our item list, but I don't remember what our grant match portion of it was gonna be.
So the grant match on this was $700,000 altogether. It was a $3.5 million project with a $2.8 million match. We're still working out the details as they wanted to take out the infrastructure and move the college closer to where the existing infrastructure would be, which would lower our match. But I'd also like to point out that the city of the Dalles is also committed to reimbursing us their $350,000 that we're putting up for them.
Of our 700.
Yeah.
So Richard, when you respond to this, are you planning on building this building in that open lot that we already have access to? Or are you going to try to push it across the way so we can get stuff over there so we can plan for the next set of development?
So I'm trying really, really hard to put it right down there next to Lifeline building. And part of the reasoning is if we can put it down there by the Lifeline building and stretch all that infrastructure across, we can build buildings for our 2 beneficiaries, businesses that are more or less pretty committed into going into those other 2 lots. And that's, is it a public meeting right now?
This is a public meeting.
Yeah.
I was like, careful.
I wanted to say, yeah, I want to make sure I'm not being, I'm aware of confidentiality issues. Yeah, so we have 2 other businesses that are looking at that area. But if that goes down at, I believe like lot 15 or whatever, goes down to our existing infrastructure, nobody else is going to get down there. And to put in that infrastructure per linear foot, like kind of piecemealing down, is actually far more expensive than just putting it in at one time.
Right. Well, I'm obviously I've been an advocate for this project from the beginning. I think it's, and if we can do it, I think that's really encouraging that they reached out and said, yeah, apply. I'd like to think they were wrong the first time, that they should have. So this was a good project.
So they did say kind of offline. They said it was if we located it closer to the infrastructure, it was a soft offer to approve it, but they wanted to know why.
How much do we push that?
Yeah,
I thought there was something about it failed because we were too far away. We were trying to.
So where's that sweet spot? I want it to go as far until it falls off. It goes to no.
So 3rd time's the charm.
3rd time's the charm.
Yeah, and like I said, I spoke to with other people at the meeting, and they all have the same recollection of what was said. And that was like 2 weeks ago. So the fact that they kind of flipped the script, and And I asked, the person I usually speak with, I asked her to ask her hire to make sure that we're all tracking it. She said, she came back with a yes, we need to get this in more quickly.
Okay.
So by more quickly, you're looking at responding by May, is what you said?
Yeah, so by May, and then that would require lease agreements with the college and the airport, which I don't think is gonna be too difficult on the college's part, because I think it's underneath their threshold, so they can do it administratively. But I'm looking at a few other things that I need to line up as far as answering the questions. They have a page of questions on that.
But the application deadline is Monday, 15th, March 15th.
Yeah, well, for that list of projects
Let's
we
get
want
on
to
the list
consider,
for
right, we need to get that email, and my understanding is it's not very extensive questionnaire, but before we distribute and say this is from Klickitat County, I wanted to make sure we.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
No,
Oh, that's a thumbs
I'm
up.
voting.
The only other thing I can think of is if we're also looking at the potential transportation bill moving forward, and that's what Senator Murray's looking for. We may want to talk about that South Apron ramp as well. We might want to put in two if that's ability, if there's a chance. So you might want to talk with the airport manager and make sure you guys are on the same page.
Okay.
I know he's in Texas, but he'll answer us on this one.
Yeah, I gave him a call today. He said they'd be back next week. So I'll make sure to connect with him. Sooner.
But yeah.
Okay.
There we go. Third time's the charm.
Okay.
Jen and I
If we only get half a city, I'm okay with it.
And on these projects, I mean, there are other
Really?
small projects potentially we could submit if, for example, the community of Lyle came in on that railroad crossing. Do we put some projects in there, just say these are things we're interested in, or that may have other challenges, like trying to convince Burlington Northern that you want to cross their main line?
Pick your
Put the
battles.
bridge in it.
Huh?
Put the bridge in it.
I'm thinking, can we reach out to cities that have infrastructure problems and help them put their name in the list too? Don't know if my seatmates care, but I think, you look at our list of, 10 items from our EDA list, and both cities have a water line. Throw them on there.
I was under the impression that he sent it out to the
Cities as well.
Well, I have not confirmed that.
Yeah, I would be curious if the cities are doing if
they're doing their own. fine,
If they're
but
doing their own.
If they're not in on it, I would say we need to throw them in on it.
Right.
On a county level and try to help our cities out.
Right, and maybe just sort of look at our project list on our EDA
Right.
strategic
That's
plan.
That's my thinking, because I think those projects have a lot higher chance of flying than the Lyle project. But. And they've also been on that list a heck of a lot longer than that Lyle project, so.
Jen and I appreciate Dave and Richard calling us. This is what we're talking about this morning, trying to coordinate between all the different things coming in, so we appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, pay the bills. AP and
Taking all these together or all three?
You gotta do them one at a time.
That's what I figured. Well, I'll start us until I run out of breath. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept accounts payable, number 304301 through 404383 in the amount of $187,603.70 for the date ending March 8th, 2021. There were no payroll warrants requiring approval at this time.
Okay.
You meant 304383, correct? You said 404.
Sorry, 304301 through 304383.
Correct.
I will second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion a second to do the AP, pay the bills. Any discussion? There being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to accept pay estimate number 3 to All Season Heating and Air Conditioning Incorporated in the amount of $39,389.21, which includes sales tax of $2,882.14 and excludes retainage of $1,921.42 for the Klickitat County Jail HVAC system.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion and a second. This is for pay estimate number 3 to all service heating and air conditioning. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept pay estimate number 1 and final to all season heating and air conditioning in the amount of $25,819.68, which includes sales tax of $1,689.14 for the Juniper Point HVAC replacement project.
Second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Pay estimate number 1 and final for the heating and air conditioning on the Juniper Point replacement. All those in favor say aye.
You didn't ask for any comments.
I not. You got a comment?
I do quickly.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
just trying to
please.
clarify, this is the air conditioner that blew up in our radio tower recently?
Yes.
Okay. Clarification over, ready to vote.
Sorry. No, that's good. I asked for comment every time. Nobody ever
Just
commented.
missed one.
I missed one. All right.
So ready to vote.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Sorry, I should have mentioned.
No, that's good. No, I should. Always not. Yes, Madam Clerk.
I just wanted to remind you that you still have the consent, but it is 2:30 and.
We passed the consent.
Yeah, we passed.
You did?
I did that earlier. 6 items.
Thank you.
But now I know we have the annual meeting.
Well, we also have our guest.
Oh,
on
yeah, our
screen.
guest is
He's
on.
the line.
Okay, we can take
He's
that
there
out.
to answer any questions you may have about the Disability Advisory Board.
Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and take that since we have our guest.
Hi there, Alan.
Hello.
There we go. Thank you.
Yeah. So basically, I'm just here to answer any questions regarding developmental disabilities and the Developmental Disabilities Advisory Board for Klickitat and Skamania County, because it is a combined board. And I knew that we had some new members up in Klickitat County. So I thought it would be a good idea to open myself up for any questions that you may have, and also have a discussion about the approval of items related to that board, because there will be things that that board is approving, but their approval is really recommendations for the Board of County Commissioners to approve. So thought we could talk about that. And again, see if you have any questions for me.
Okay, why don't we start? Any questions for Alan about that? No. Okay, so let's get into, kind of the process question as far as how that's going to work, because it is 2 different sets of county boards. So we're going to have to kind of shuffle back and forth.
Absolutely. And so what we've done is that the board was actually approved back in December, I believe, by the Klickitat County Commissioners at the time. What had happened is in April of last year, Skamania County took over, or Skamania County Community Health, took over the management of the DD contract for Klickitat County. And as part of that, we've hired a county coordinator that does the work for the 2 counties, for Skamania and Klickitat. It's something that couldn't happen if it was just one of our small counties trying to do that with developmental disabilities funds, just because there's not enough funds available going to the individual counties. So we've been managing that contract both with DDA and with the providers in Klickitat and Skamania since April 1st of last year. One of the things we wanted to get started was an advisory board for DD. There's an RCW regarding the advisory board. It is not a requirement, but we've always felt that having input from the community and from stakeholders and DD is the right way to go. So we had the advisory board itself was formed and voted on by the two different boards last year and approved in December. So going forward, what we're going to have is we will have members applying for that. We don't yet have enough members for that to be a functioning board, but I believe we have received enough applications to actually have that start. We need 9 members for the board to be a true functioning board. We will be submitting those applications to the Skamania County Board of Commissioners for approval next Tuesday at their meeting. And there had been a request from someone at the meetings to say, well, since Skamania County is managing the contract with DDA and managing the contracts with the providers, is it possible just to have Skamania County approve the members for the board? I will tell you, I reached out to DDA to get their opinion, the Developmental Disabilities Administration, sorry for using the acronym there, to get their opinion, and their opinion on it is basically there's nothing in the RCW that would prohibit that from happening, and DDA doesn't really have an opinion. So it's up to the local boards to decide whether that's something they want to do or not. So that's one of the pieces I wanted to bring to the commissioners. I thought about calling each of you individually, but since Lee was able to set this up, I figured why not do it in public and hit all 3 of you at the same time. So that was the first question that I wanted to present to you. I know Lee's opinion of it was that she didn't think we should do that, that it should be both boards that are approving items. We'll have things like bylaws, mission statements, things like that, that the board will create and approve, but then will be actually approved and put into officially put into practice by the county commissioners. So that was kind of the first thing I wanted to bring to you, just to get your opinions and really what you wanted to do.
Well, I, for one, I would agree with Lee.
Yep.
But I think, although I will say that we need to put our money where our mouth is then, if we're asking for representation and that we're going to approve that things go through both boards, which I think they should, as far as for the approval process of stuff. Just because we're subcontracting doesn't mean that it's still things are happening that's, impact our citizens, and we should have some input. No different than we do with the regional library board. I'm thinking of Fort Vancouver is a really good example of that. We have folks and we all have to agree. Everybody that's part of that region has to agree. Yeah, this is okay. We're okay with it. I know it's not super efficient because of you're dealing with 2 entities trying to get it through the approval process, but we have experience doing that. We have we share a regional airport with a city in Oregon that we co-own, and we're able to get our approvals back and forth between the two legislative bodies. So I think we should be involved. That's just my personal opinion. I would open it up to my seatmates.
I agree.
There. Jake, you're okay with that? Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And then you kind of alluded to my next thing, was that currently our meetings are once a month. And we have a Skamania County commissioner that comes to those meetings right now. And we would love it if there was a Klickitat County commissioner that would like to join us for those meetings as well.
I think that's a great idea. We could draw straws.
I want to remind you that I just signed up for the trial.
You did.
I might have
so
done,
you were you
I might have done that preemptively.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
it shows.
I will say that they have their board of 9 members, and we put for our committee assignments this board down, and we actually have 1 applicant so far.
Okay.
And if their board is full, but they're looking for somebody to represent the commissioners, This person, I read their resume, is far better suited to it, and so I wouldn't mind delegating that authority to them to represent us on that board if they can't just serve as a member of the board. I don't know how the board is actually designed.
Right.
Of the 9 members.
And I would agree with that. I had this discussion with Lee earlier. I think our applicant is far more motivated than any one of the 3 of us. And I put full faith in that person to do this job. So I would like it if they would be able to do it, but I guess that would be up to this committee too. So
Who's the commissioner in Skamania County?
Richard Mayhar is who comes to the meeting. And that meeting is on Wednesdays. It is the first Wednesday of each month at 3:30. Just so that everybody's aware when it is. Would that person, if they then were there to represent the Board of Commissioners for Klickitat County, they would then report back to you on what the board is doing?
Right.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Because that was another thing that we've kind of talked about is Kirby Richards, who used to, she was managing the DD program here, used to report to Jim with what was happening with our board in the past. And so we just wanted to make sure that there would be someone that would be doing that, taking on that role, or if we needed to have someone do that. So if you have someone,
that's what I would.
That would be great.
This applicant would, they would be our liaison, jump on for quarterly updates or whatever to keep us all in the loop of what's going on. That would be my hope anyway.
Yeah, I think we can handle that on our end to make sure that if this person's up for that they can do that, and they'll be there basically representing the Board of Commissioners from Klickitat County, and we'll make sure we're kept in the loop.
Okay, great. So just to kind of let you know going forward, so we definitely, like I said, we will have some membership applications that will, I'm sure our clerk of the board, Debbie, once they're signed by our commissioners, will be forwarding that on to Lee. Debbie knows that process better than I do when we're talking about different multiple jurisdictions. And then again, we'll have some bylaws and a mission statement that the board will be working on over the next month or 2 that will be coming through to get approved. Outside of that, do you have any other questions for me?
Questions? No, I think we're good.
Okay, great. Oh, and I just would say, while it's 9 members to create the board, that is just the minimum. We have advertised in all of the papers in Klickitat County and the paper in Skamania County, the Pioneer, for members, and we are willing and open for membership applications.
There's a lot of that going on right now.
Right.
Well, I have another one for him. I'll pass it along.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Let's see later. I don't know what that is. Okay, let's go. I guess we better go do our public corporation, which actually I guess we would adjourn.
Right. Well, you'd recess.
Recess, not adjourn. Recess the regular meeting and go to the Klickitat County Public Corporation. It's our annual meeting. Let me go find that.
You did have a procedural sequence in your packet.
Yeah. Just a second. Things slow today. I had not moved it over. Okay.
Would you like a paper copy?
So I shouldn't need it. But get to the bookmarks. How do you find them? And there we go.
One of these days we're gonna get him a laptop.
Oh, I can't find the bookmark.
bookmarks on that.
I have never been able to find the bookmarks, so.
Okay.
Somebody needs to do some teaching of me.
Okay, I will now open the annual meeting of the Klickitat County Public Corporation, which is being held as required pursuant to the bylaws. Our first order of business is to ratify the appointment of Jacob Anderson and Dan Christopher per the resolution dated January 5th to the Board of Directors of the Public Corporation as required as a result of the November 2020 general election. So that, I guess, we will need to do.
Do you need a motion?
I believe I need a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to appoint Jacob Anderson and Dan Christopher through resolution number 00221 dated January 5th, 2021 to the Board of Directors of the Public Corporation.
Okay, do I have a second?
I would second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
We will also need to select your officers.
Officers. Okay, next we will need to, we'll have to have election of officers for the next year. President, Vice President, Treasury, and Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we elect Commissioner Sauter for President, Commissioner Anderson for Vice President, and Commissioner Christopher for Treasurer. Keep it more in line with what our board is doing right now.
Okay, I will second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the nominations. I guess those are going to be nominations and elections. I'm just going to put it all together.
Yes, it's one resolution.
One resolution.
Do we need to add Lee to that as well? For secretary?
Yes.
Secretary.
Yeah.
That's what you.
Sorry, and I'll make a motion, we amend my
Amend the motion and add
to add
clerk is
the clerk of the board, Lee, as our secretary.
And I
The
will
second's
accept-
okay with that?
accept the friendly amendment.
Okay. Okay. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Okay, now we need a treasurer's report.
Oh, geez, sign up. Sign up for treasurer's
She's giving it to you. Here's the treasurer's
I have
report.
it because
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
Jen, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm out in left field. Treasurer's report, beginning balance as of January 1st, 2020.
Front page of what you're
Was $732.21. 2020 withdrawal, $732.21. Guess I'm not, oh, I see, that's a checking account, so now we're moving into that with checking account balance, got it. So money market account balance beginning January 1st, 2020, $120,258.23. 2020 interest earned was $85.70. No withdrawals. 2020 transfers from checking was $732.21. I'm assuming that was transferred into checking.
Yes.
Ending balance $121,076.14. $5.14 interest earned. Ooh, yeah, that's big money. I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
First off, where did this 120,000 come from? Just educational purposes. Did we put this in here long ago from somewhere?
Long ago, way before my time, and that was one of the first things I did. There actually was, where the dollars came from, there was a program way back, and it was certain equipment purchases could be made through this public corporation, and there was like a rebate on the either B&O tax or no, actually that's not true. That was something else. You could earn, so what happened, it's so hard to explain. When they were building the carrot factory out when Mercer's were out in East County, this was set up, there was a way that you could do, it was almost like bonding, and that the dollars was the percentage that the county earned on running the money through this public corporation, and that it was kind of a one-shot deal. And that money, there is no source of income for the public corporation. That is a legacy fund.
So this money was not like put in here from landfill dollars or
No.
something, it was from.
It was earnings off of, like a commission almost would be the
Okay, yeah.
easiest way.
What is the board's intention of these dollars if they never get used?
We actually have used those dollars. They've been, because they don't have strings on them. We use them to fund there is strings on them. Let me rephrase that.
Yes, economic development.
Economic development, jobs creation. The dollars were used way back before there was KC. This is going way back when there used to be, it was Keto, Klickitat. It was like our economic development department. You had
Is that back
dues.
when it was community block grant kind of thing?
And it paid the dues, came out of this fund.
Okay.
But what we used it for recently was when we were doing the studies on the Simcoes about doing the
Land purchase stuff.
up there as far as to get what the resource was up there, what the market was for it. That study was paid for out of this fund. So it has to be economic development, job creation.
Landfill marketing.
Landfill marketing, we have funded a little bit out of that over the past, last 10 years.
My next question, the transfer out in the checking of $732.21. It doesn't show what that was for, so I was hoping somebody could fill
There's
in.
always been $732 in there. And a few of the checks that were written, they came out of the money market. And I thought, well, why do we have the checking then?
Right.
Because the money market also acts as a checking account.
Right.
So I verified it with the bank and went ahead and told them to please close the checking and we'll just have the one account. And
Oh, got it.
it just didn't make sense to have two.
Perfect. Got it. Okay, got it. Yeah, all right. My questions are answered.
Okay, well, I didn't answer very well.
Well, you did, but we're sitting on this small wad of cash that we're gonna continue to sit on in case we need it for something.
Right.
Works for me.
But we've used it within the last 3 years.
But we have used it in the last 3 years.
How much did you?
Ballpark.
A lot less than you'd authorized.
Yeah.
We cut it off early.
I want to say there was only like 180,000 in that fund to begin with in recent years. So.
Less than 40.
Yeah. I'm thinking back to since I've been here, that was kind of the balance.
So you had kind of earmarked this for that and then didn't end up using it for that. Got it.
Yeah, we got far enough along and then
To
stopped
make it
spending money.
stop spending money because we found that was.
I appreciate
that. Okay, I would need a motion to accept the treasurer's report.
So moved.
Have a second?
I will second that messy report.
I have a motion and a second to accept the treasurer's report. All those in favor, discussion? Want to get out of order now. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Other business for the public corporation. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adjourn the annual meeting.
So moved.
I will second the motion to
Okay, I have
adjourn.
a motion and a second to adjourn the annual meeting of the Klickitat County Public Corporation. Any discussion on the adjournment? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. We are closed, and now I will reconvene the meeting of the Klickitat County Board of Commissioners. That brings us to elected officials report. I don't know if the prosecutor is on the Zoom. Commissioner Cannell? Yeah, I do see you. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have two items to discuss. Both I would seek to invoke the protections of an executive session. Otherwise, and I'll be happy to defer to the end of the docket in order to accommodate the interest of the viewing public. But while we're in my session, if there's any questions or comments for me, I'll be happy to take those.
Okay, in open session, and I am going to open for public comment first. Okay, thank you, Mr. Prosecutor, for being flexible. Before we go into executive session, I will open back up if there are folks that did not have the opportunity to make public comment we ran out of time during the 1 to 1:30.
I have a quick question.
Sure, go ahead.
Ending, you can either do it before or after. On our pending workshops, on March 18th, we had Krista on in the morning to talk about question and answer solar. That's been updated and removed.
We had to move it because of other scheduling conflicts.
Okay, so we're gonna throw it back on at a later date, or have we
Yeah, she's
got
back
that?
on there.
Okay, I didn't look further down the road, but yeah. Okay.
That's good. I was not aware of that.
And the agenda says we don't have any workshops.
I realized that.
Yeah,
But
we do.
So can
Yes.
we make that very clear to the public?
The public, we do have an agenda out, or we do have workshops at 1 o'clock on this Thursday,
And
the
the
11th.
workshop agenda is attached to the agenda.
Right.
And so they
It just
could
wasn't
see that
on
it's there. Commissioner Christopher, the assessor, has been rescheduled to April 29th.
Oh, wow, that's a long way.
Okay, I will now open the back up to public comment. If there's anybody in the public that did not get an opportunity earlier, either raise your hand if you're on Zoom or unmute yourself if you're on a phone and, get our attention one way or the other. I'm not seeing anybody raise their hand.
There may not be, but I appreciate you making the effort, sir.
Okay, I will close our second public comment period, and now we will go to the prosecuting attorney, and we are going to go into executive session pursuant to RCW 42.30.110 paren 1 paren I. This is for litigation. How long would you anticipate, Prosecutor Cannell?
I'm asking for 15 minutes, and then if I can ask DPA Cranston to stay on the line.
Okay, we will go in there for 15 minutes, starting in just a minute. I'm going to ask everyone on to please leave, and we're going to
And stopping the recording.